Are we good? Okay. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for joining us tonight. I'm going to call the meeting to order and ask if everybody please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, I will turn it over to Mrs. Sugars for a roll call.
Mrs. Arroyo,
Here.
Ms. Friedel,
Here.
Mr. Goodwin,
Here.
Mrs. Matlack,
Here.
Mrs. Neary,
Here.
Mr. Abadia,
Here.
Mrs. Schultz,
Here.
Mrs. Tom,
Here.
Mrs. Seidel.
Here. Okay. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Malash because our first item of business tonight is we have some board recognition.
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Seidel. So I'm very excited this evening to recognize one of our students from Cherry Hill High School West, Naomi Aristone. Naomi is currently a junior at High School West. She plays field hockey, basketball, and lacrosse at the high school. She's been very involved during her time at High School West in her first 2 years, and like I said, is now a junior. And she is being recognized because she has been selected as an NJSIAA student ambassador. So NJSIAA is the overarching group in the state that guides and runs interscholastic athletics. It's the New Jersey State Interscholastic Athletic Association. So as a student ambassador, Naomi is one of 24 students from across the state. There are 8 from each of the 3 geographic sections, North, Central, and South. And she was selected based on this criteria. The selected student ambassadors come from a diverse pool of rising high school sophomores or juniors and must meet the following criteria. Meet all eligibility standards as outlined in the NJSIAA handbook, possess leadership characteristics, maintain satisfactory academic standing, positive role model within their school community. So we are very excited, Mrs. Seidel, to recognize Naomi Aristone this evening, and we will have this delivered to her house. I know that Naomi is not able, according to Mr. Brown, to watch tonight because she has field hockey practice, but I believe that Mr. and Mrs. Aristone are watching online, so congratulations. Well done, great parenting. Congratulations to Naomi.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Ms. Seidel. It's always exciting to start by recognizing students.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I am going to let you introduce our presenters because we have a board update on our cultural proficiency, equity, and character education committee. So I'm excited to turn that over to you.
Excellent. Thank you, Mrs. Seidel. So we have a number of folks with us this evening that are going to share some of the incredible work that's been going on in Cherry Hill related to cultural proficiency, equity, and character education. And it's a distinct honor and pleasure for me to turn it over to the 3 co-chairs of this committee. Mr. George Guy, who's the principal at Rosa Middle School, Mrs. Rebecca Tiernan, who's the principal at Cooper Elementary School, and Dr. Lawyer Chapman, who's the principal of the Alternative High School. So Dr. Chapman, Mrs. Tiernan, Mr. Guy, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Dr. Malash, Board of Education, and all of our distinguished guests and Cherry Hill community, we are so excited to be before you this evening. We have a robust presentation in which the adults are going to move through rather quickly so that we can spotlight our students from High School West and High School East. First, just some introductions. We've already introduced our co-chairs. There are some people that are trying to get on the line now, but we will introduce them. Patricia McCargo is one of our District Cultural Proficiency, Equity, and Character Ed Advisory Committee members. She is representing the Cherry Hill African American Civic Association. She will be on as quickly as possible. Our district consultant, who's been with us in one form or another since 2010. Dr. Barbara Moore Williams is just finishing a session with Cheltenham Public Schools, and she will be on momentarily. And also, Yanel Holiday, our incredible student advocate, is having some technical difficulties, saying that she's getting kicked out. We're trying to offer her some assistance to try and get in, but she is, in addition to being the student advocate, she has done incredible work with the students that are on the line now. We're going to give them an opportunity to talk about all of their experiences as it relates to cultural proficiency, equity, and character education. So I see Dr. Malash is putting our PowerPoint in present mode, and thank you, Dr. Malash. You can.
Are you ready, Mr. Guy?
I am ready. I believe we've introduced everyone. Did I miss anyone, Mrs. Tiernan or Dr. Chapman?
No, we're all here.
All right. All here.
I'm here, but I'm only on the phone. I don't see how to get live, but I can hear you.
Okay.
Excellent. Thank you.
All right. So Dr. anyone, Mrs. Tiernan or Dr. Chapman? Thank you, Dr. Williams. Dr. Williams, if you can just, we are looking at the slideshow right now, and we have Yanel Holiday is with us. So thank you, Yanel.
And can you hear me?
So yes, we can. Anyone, Mrs. Tiernan or Dr. Chapman?
Can I just ask anyone else on the phone who's not speaking, if you could just place your phone on mute, that will help with the echoes. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Okay, Dr. Malash, we can proceed to the next slide. Thank you. So our cultural proficiency and equity group has been in existence since 2016. That's a bit of a misnomer. We've probably been working diligently with this group. It just was named something different since 2010. And we've been working incredibly hard with our consultant, Dr. Barbara Moore Williams. We have district employees on our group. We have Mrs. Matlack, and Mrs. Friedel has come to one of our meetings as well. We have a number of different community members and community groups all represented, and we meet monthly. Our first meeting is on September the 17th. So if anyone is interested, they can contact myself or my secretary. On our group, we have Mrs. Matlack, and we can give them information about joining us from 4 to 6 this Thursday, the 17th. So on our monthly meetings, thank you so much. I'm going to turn this portion and the next 3 slides over to Mrs. Tiernan from Cooper.
Thank you, George. So as we began this work as a committee and then translating that work out to our district stakeholders, it was critical that we start to develop some common language and a common understanding of the terms cultural proficiency, equity, and character education. And so whenever we begin work with a new group, with students, with teachers, we start here so that we have that common understanding. And really, cultural proficiency is a mindset. It's a process. You know, it's not something we ever really achieve, but rather a continuum ranging, 6 phases from cultural destructiveness to cultural proficiency. And we find that as we examine our own beliefs and our own bias, that we can live in any one of these phases at any given time. And so really it's about the process of learning how to interact with one another and interact with those of cultures different from our own. And so if you could go to the next slide, when we talk about equity, often there's a confusion between equity and equality. And really equity is a focus on outcomes and results. So what in our case for educational equity, the educational practices, the policy, curricula, resources that our students need access to in order to have equal outcomes, equitable outcomes, to have the same opportunities. And so regardless of race, gender, ability, religious affiliation, national origin, that all students should have the opportunity to have successful outcomes. And finally, one of the key terms that many of us are very familiar with is character education. And in our district specifically, character education has been something that we early on took part in this educational movement to help develop the social and emotional and ethical development of our students. And it's a proactive approach. Students within a school system are taught explicit information that they need to know to be productive citizens. And the key here is the interconnectedness of these three terms and really recognizing that one cannot exist without the other. And so our committee's goal is to really find ways to develop as educators and community members, and then to help translate that to our students' development and help them to be, the best person that they can become. And so recently, we've really started the conversation around racism and anti-racism. And so I'm going to turn it back over to George, because we now see the need to include this explicit language and define these terms for our stakeholders as we continue this work.
Thank you, Rebecca. So the definitions that we have in the PowerPoint presentation are taken from Dr. Ibram X. Kendi, who is a noted sociologist out of Boston University, who speaks specifically to racism, which is a social construct, and anti-racism. And he goes into talking, he uses the two terms as polar, as polemics, in terms of them being direct opposites. So he talks about racism and racists being those people who are supporting racist policies. And policies, we probably need to remember, are anything that govern our processes, that govern the procedures and regulations and guidelines that we do things by. And anything that Kendi would say is racist is if there are unequal outcomes for racial groups within those laws, procedures, processes, regulations, or guidelines that affect racial group outcomes, then that is considered racist. And the continuation of that is racism. And Kendi looks and moves us from racist ideas to racist policy and systemic racism and supporting racist structures. And an anti-racist is anything, or anti-racist policy is anything that brings about equal outcomes for racial groups as it relates to laws, procedures, processes, regulations, guidelines, anything that governs us at a larger scale that can bring about equality of outcomes. So for our educational system, the equality of educational outcomes for racial groups would be considered anti-racist, and policies that we have and procedures and protocols and interventions that we have in place for those equal outcomes for racial groups would be considered by Kendi as anti-racist. Next slide, please. So we are going to go over a brief review of our cultural proficiency, equity, and character ed goals, and that's what CPE-CE stands for. Next slide, please. So our first goal is to really leverage this work around anti-racism that's come to the forefront, not just after the murder of George Floyd on May the 25th, and the countless others like Breonna Taylor and Ahmaud Arbery before Mr. Floyd. But we are seeing that there is a need for us to expand the work that we've been working on as it relates to racism. In our next slides, we'll talk a little bit about Glenn Singleton's Courageous Conversations about race that our CPE teams have been working with for the last 2 years, but expanding that into Kendi's work now to talk explicitly about anti-racist policy from a systemic standpoint, and then as opportunities arise, making recommendations about board policy that specifically address anti-racism. Next slide,
If I could
please.
add,
Go ahead,
for a
Dr.
moment.
Williams.
I can't see, but I'm following the slides. So sorry, board members. Thank you for the opportunity. I think I need a Cherry Hill sign-in to be able to see you all. But the only other thing, I just got off a 2-hour Zoom with some folks in Cheltenham School District, and we were talking about this a lot. And there's so many good resources out regarding this work. 2 of which I'll forward that were with the Teaching Tolerance site. And there's some really good information, it all starts with assessing yourself. And I think for most people, that's the hardest work. This anti-racist work is not, again, like cultural proficiency, it's not outside work, it's really inside out work. And so as we develop this plan, we're going to try to think of more strategies. We've been doing strategies with staff about that, about who are you and how did you get to believe what you believe. But I've just spent 2 hours, so I'm kind of hyped. I'm kind of excited about the thought. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Williams, and we're going to leverage that hypeness into the progress indicators and the future actions. So the inside out process that Dr. Williams was talking about has come through the last 2 years with the first 5 chapters of Singleton's work on courageous conversations. And this has led leaders, and when we say leaders, we're talking not just administrative leaders, but teacher leaders from our 19 buildings to have those courageous conversations about race as they do the inner reflective work and then bring that work to their educational contexts. But as we move forward, we're going to be more specifically talking about race and racism. Our first cultural proficiency and equity team meeting with our elementary groups are going to be next Tuesday from 4 to 6 on September the 22nd. And we're going to be specifically talking about race and racism and anti-racism and trying to make a connection between the inside out work that we've done with Singleton and Courageous Conversations and moving into Kendi's work around the polemic between racism and anti-racism and how we see it in our structures and our procedures and our rules within our educational contexts and how we can adjust that. Next slide, please. So our second goal really deals with the team that has come together since 2016 to create cultural proficiency, equity, and character education, and how that team has continued to keep itself and expand itself. We now have 68 members on our district CPECE advisory team, which will meet this Thursday, and this slide goes to all of those stakeholders that are a part of that. So over the last 4 years, we've grown richly and we continue to expand. Next slide, please. How that team has continued to keep itself and expand itself. We now have 68 members on our district CPE.
Folks, whoever else is on, you need to turn the sound off on your computer. There is a lag from what Mr. Guy is saying to what if you're listening through your computer. So you just want to shut the speakers off on your computer. Sorry, Mr. Guy.
No, thank you, Dr. Malash. So our indicators as we deal with our governing body and what we are doing, these are some of the pieces that we've put in place over the last 4 years, building-based teams that we segment into elementary and secondary teams that meet with Dr. Barbara Moore Williams 6 times a year. We'll start those meetings in September. We have district chairs for our advisory committee with the 7 goals that we'll talk with you about today. And then each of these teams are implementing goals and plans. We are working with our PTAs, and we do have zone PTA representation on our district advisory committee. And we want to expand into students, and our students are going to be talking about some of their ideas on how to help us expand this work into student programming and student leadership as we expand on existing items like student voice. Next slide, please. So recruitment, hiring, and retention is absolutely essential in what it is that we do. Next slide, please. So a lot of what we have done is through partnerships. So we've had a 2-year existing partnership with Rowan University, and we hope the board will have an opportunity to check out that hyperlink and see some of the things that we've done. And just as an aside, I was communicating with Dr. Malash today and our 2 student advocates and Mrs. Tiernan, because we will be presenting on October the 21st from 3 to 3:50 with the New Jersey Department of Education, diversifying the teacher workforce. And we will be talking about that Rowan partnership. We'll be talking about Future Teachers of America clubs at both high school east and west, and what it is that we're trying to do to create opportunities to get African American and Latino and Asian folks to come into our district in very, very rich ways. We have Dr. Malash has been, along with Lori Gibson Parker from CHEA, have both done recruitment there. But we know that there is much more work to do. We have to do some more digging as it relates to data from our human resources, as it relates to race and culture. We have some things that we want to work on with retention, and this district has been known as being a beacon for retention over the last decade. We want to reintroduce and expand some of those areas. And we certainly want to examine data related to historically underserved minority candidates or candidates of color who are applying through our system. Some of them are getting first-round interviews. Why is it that they're not making it past the first round into the second round and having conversations with Dr. Malash in the third round? Next slide, please. So we certainly want to increase our cultural proficiency and equity around anti-racist information for teachers, administrators, and staff through culturally responsive teaching and learning. We simply look at this goal as our teaching and learning goal. Next slide, please. So some of the things that we've been able to do deal with our cultural proficiency elementary and secondary teams, which comprise the majority of them are teachers. We do have some educational assistants that support us in those teams, and we've been able to provide cultural development for those teams that have made a direct impact into teaching and learning. We want to continue those sessions, and we want to leverage Kendi's work on how to be an anti-racist into actual teaching and learning frameworks.
My password. Show my password.
All right, so we certainly have a lot to do and have done a lot in the last 4 years with outreach to parents and community members of diverse backgrounds. Next slide, please. And we've had an opportunity, if you've had a chance to visit any of our schools pre-pandemic, we have We Speak posters in all of our buildings, which identify staff members that can speak a number of different languages so that our language diverse family members and community members will be communicated with effectively at all 19 of our schools. We have a lot of community involvement at the district level. We've been working on alternative ways to be able to support some of our family members, especially our language diverse family members, because there are 70 different languages spoken here in Cherry Hill, to be able to reach out to them in some real significant ways. We want to be able to work with Dr. Malash and the existing collaborations that we have with the township, specifically with the Human Relations Committee, so that we can expand our work and invite them to be a part of the CPE-CE work, and then develop innovative ways for engaging African American and the Latinx segments of our community, because when we look at data, those two segments of our community are not achieving at the way we need for them to do. Is that opportunity? Is that access? We need to be able to find out so that we can stand in support of those family members with us, so that we can make sure that those racial groups are having equal educational outcomes. Next slide, please. So we certainly want to make sure, and our students are here with us today, but we certainly want to make sure that we have student opportunities to engage in the process of implementing these practices that deal with cultural proficiency, and more recently that deal with anti-racism within the school environment. Next slide, please. We want to make sure, well, some of the things that we've been able to do is having our students try to have a deeper understanding of cultural proficiency within the school, within the classroom context, and that's coming from our CPE teams and teachers talking about what they've been able to do within the school context, and starting school-wide conversations about race and culture. And these things happened before the tragic death of Mr. Floyd on May the 25th. These things have been happening for the last 2 years with our CPE teams, but we need to do more, and we need to look at a student ambassador program that can connect us with what are the school-based goals that deal with cultural proficiency, equity, and anti-racism, and how can we use student voice in furthering those school-based goals. And then we can look at activities within the elementary school to expand work around cultural proficiency. Next slide, please. And finally, we want to continue to encourage all of our schools that deal with character education and our ethical performance values with our 11 principles from the Character Education Partnership. Next slide, please. So we've implemented school-wide service learning processes within the 2019-2020 school year. Thanks to Kareem Agostini from the Zone PTA for Character Ed for helping us organize that. And these are the schools that have achieved National School of Character status this year. We have High School West and Thomas Paine and Barclay and Horace Mann. So 17 of our 19 schools are now both state and national schools of character. The remaining 2 schools in the future will take all the steps necessary to become School of Character and to get that designation. And the schools that have already earned the distinction will continue to evaluate their progress in relationship to the 11 principles of character education. So we just want to go back to goal 1, which deals with leveraging our understanding and misunderstandings about anti-racism. I'm going to start this, and then I'm going to ask Dr. Williams to follow up with any expansions that she may have. But as we are learning about race and racism, we really are going to be working with our building-based teams, and specifically, we're going to be focusing in on getting new learning in September, and then Dr. Malash has directed all 19 building administrators to let one of our Monday cooperative learning afternoons be designated for the sharing of that new learning from our CPE teams, and they'll be focusing in on race, racism, and anti-racism through the modules that they'll be sharing on those Monday cooperative learning trainings. Dr. Williams, you have anything to add? Okay, next slide, please. And we wanted to make sure that we understood the distinction between cultural proficiency and anti-racism. So we gave you some definitions about how we understand culture and that it shapes the values and beliefs and behaviors of an institution. So we know that cultural proficiency really is the lens by which we are viewing this work of anti-racism. That anti-racism helps us focus on inequitable outcomes for racial groups, and anti-racism helps us interrogate ideas that support racial policies that lead to inequitable outcomes for racial groups. However, we should view cultural proficiency as the lens by which we understand racist written and unwritten laws, rules, procedures, and processes and regulations and guidelines that govern people that work in the schools within our school district. So simply put, if we were to look at cultural proficiency for the work that we do to provide equitable outcomes for all kids, cultural proficiency is the lens, is the plate, and anti-racism is one portion that is on that plate that is helping us really leverage and focus our attention on inequitable outcomes for racial groups. Next slide, please. All right, I'm going to turn over this portion of the presentation to our incredible student advocate, Yanel Holliday. Yanel, the floor is yours.
Thank you, George. Good evening, everyone. I'm Yanel. I'm Joseph now, as of a week. So it's been very excited. And so first of all, I want to say thank you for having us. Our students are really excited to share their stories and their experiences at our schools. And just to tell you, myself, I was a parent of children that graduated from Cherry Hill Public Schools. My oldest graduated from East, and she right now holds 2 master's degrees and is going to be pursuing her doctorate at some point. My middle child graduated from West and doing really well, actually employed and working with me at East, which is very fun. And my son is a senior at University of Pittsburgh. So I tell you that to tell you that, or to say that to you, is that Cherry Hill played an integral part of raising my children. The piece of it is I knew how to navigate it and help my children process their experiences and difficulties at the school. So we're going to hear, our students' voices. So we ask you to be, open and to be, just understanding of how they see and what they see through their lens. So I'm just going to take a roll call because if you noticed, I don't know if you were able to see me, some of them were texting me saying, hey, I don't think I'm on. So I just want to make sure. So Gabrielle Kennedy, are you here?
I'm here.
Okay, thank you, dear. Zan Mosin, are you here?
I'm here.
Okay, Zoya, that's his sister.
Here.
Okay, Nyasia Morris. Sounds like she's getting to us, but I believe she's here. Okay, so Nye, it sounds like you're here. Just maybe unmute yourself. Precious, are you on? Roberts? And I believe she texted me and told me she was on. Ariana? Okay. Like I said, I know some of the kids, they've been messaging me. Amira?
I'm here.
Okay, thank you, dear. Samantha Fred? Okay, and then Michael. Did he get on? Okay, so what we're going to do, if you can show the next slide for me, please. These are the topics that the students, as we came together and we're just discussing their experiences and processing and reflecting. These are the topics that we're going to cover. So what we're going to do is just hear their experiences. So Nyasia, why don't you start? Okay, are you here? Okay, is that you, Nye? Okay, I don't know who that is. Zan, how about you start for us?
Would you like me to speak about the first thing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, what we talked about.
Well, I don't have much to say on the discipline and security, but I do have 2 examples of racism and microaggressions from teachers.
Okay.
Which kind of ties into the teacher connection and an impact on learning. So one of the things for racism is in my freshman year English class, I did observe that my English teacher used the N-word in class while reading To Kill a Mockingbird. And it was justified because, she justified it by saying that it was important to make the book feel real for all students. But I feel like for that, students should have an opinion, especially students part of the Black community should have an opinion on whether or not that's okay for a white teacher to say in class. I'm not a part of the Black community, but I feel like it should be an important discussion to have before teachers can go make that decision for themselves without taking into account students' feelings. Another example that applies to myself, I'm a Pakistani American Muslim. I'm actually part of MSA at East. So being a Muslim is a part of my identity. It's very important to me. And in I know, so obviously during 9/11, most teachers do take a part of their class to explain the events that occurred on that day, which is important and needs to be discussed during the school day. However, for many Muslim students, it is very difficult on that day to face the biases that come from students and staff. An example that I have specific to me was in 6th grade in humanities. We were learning about 9/11 and the events that occurred, and the teacher was explaining everything. However, after she did insinuate that the Muslim community was responsible for what happened, and basically insinuated that that Muslims are the cause of terrorism or violence in the United States. And that can obviously cause many biases, especially for 6th graders in middle school, which they can take on in the rest of their life, which can be, which can negatively affect the Muslim community. After that, we also all got articles in that class that discussed the events of 9/11. However, I noticed that me and the only other Muslim student in the class received a different article. I'm not sure, I don't really remember if maybe like every table had 2 separate articles, but I know we did have a separate article, and it was specifically about why Muslims are the cause of terrorism. And I felt that that obviously made me feel very uncomfortable, as everyone in the class knew I was Muslim, and people were looking at me and staring at me, and it makes me uncomfortable. And I think that it's important when discussing 9/11 to make sure to mention after the events that occurred, it's important to discuss the Islamophobia and discrimination against Muslims that occurred in America that sparked from those events that day.
Okay, thank you. Let me see if I can get Precious, because we have been communicating. Can you say something? Let me see, because she said she can hear us, but we can't hear her. And let me check with Nyasia. So it's strange.
I think
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Dr. Williams.
Oh, that's not okay.
When I was on my screen, I couldn't talk, but if they dial in, you can talk. You just can't see. So if they dial the number, come back to my phone. So that's just what has worked for me.
Okay. So I'm going to send them, because I have a picture of it. So I'm going to send them a picture, and I apologize, everyone. In the meantime, I do have Zoya on, and this is the sister of Zan. I'm pronouncing that correct, right? Finally?
It's
okay. Zen. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I acknowledge, I apologize. So Zoya, do you mind talking about your experiences? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
And
okay.
Zoya, could you give me a second to just jump in? I've just been notified that we're kind of running very tight on our time.
Okay.
So Ms. Holliday, can we have Zoya give us her experiences, and then we can shift back. And if the board has any questions for us, they can answer those, okay? We're sorry about that.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, so my experience mostly revolves around teacher connection and perceptions mostly. Some of you may know that during the month of Ramadan for Muslims, it's a month where we fast from during the day. And essentially I was fasting. This was in 9th grade for me, and we don't eat or drink. And so doing gym class is a little bit difficult, and generally what I do is I have my mom send in a note, and like she signs it off and says that like I really can't participate in gym for like the time that I'll be fasting during school. And I also emailed this teacher, and I thought that it would be fine because at the beginning of the year, like my teacher said that like if you give me a notice, it'll be okay, and like it'll be figured out, and like you might get some paperwork or something. So that was fine, and I assumed that it would be okay. But when I came to school that day, my teacher seemed kind of insisted that I would be able to do it. And from previous experience, I know that I can't because it's after lunch and like I get tired and like, so, and I also like said that I would be fine with any paperwork that we could do, but he like made me do gym class that day and we were like outside and running and it was kind of difficult. And I feel like maybe he just didn't understand like where I was coming from or like the like weight of what I was saying. So, but then eventually I told him he was kind of upset about it and it worked out in the end. I just feel like I had to go through unnecessary steps to get to what I was saying all along. And maybe if it was like somebody else and for a different reason, it would have been okay. Yeah.
So thank you for sharing. And I apologize. I know like we're very short on time. Amira is also on, and she was going to talk to you just about her experiences virtually with her teachers. But again, I realize, George has just said we've run out of time, so I apologize to all my students that are on. I would like, okay.
Mrs. Joseph, this is Dr. Malash, but we can do some follow-up if we schedule some additional time for you all.
Sure.
Maybe you and I can talk and see how we can make that work.
Sure. And I just want to, if we can go to the next slide for me, please.
Yes.
And so these are what the students had come up with in reference to what they believe, the board and the district should implement to make their experiences better. So, training staff and teacher on cultural and anti-racism, just surveying the students and staff about the culture of the schools, creating groups that would welcome them and help them navigate, the culture, training on tone of the classroom, setting that up, developing programs for transfer students that come into the district, and definitely infuse races, religions, and cultures into the curriculum, giving a full history and how it's impacted on the building of this nation to what it is today. So I thank you again, and I apologize to my students. They did a lot of preparation for this evening, so I'm really hoping that we're able to bring them back so you can hear their full stories. Thank you.
Hello.
Hi. Is that Amira?
It's Nye. I'm sorry.
Okay, Nye. Okay, so listen, to all my students, we've been cut short. That we're running out of time, so we're going to come back at some point. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks, dear. Okay. Thank you, George.
Hello.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you, Ms. Holliday, and thank you to all of our students. We are going to find a way to come back. I want to give the last word to Dr. Chapman. If we could go to the last slide and Dr. Chapman can say a word, and I believe Mrs. McCargo is on here as well. We want to acknowledge her. So Dr. Chapman, I'll turn it over to you for the final word.
Thank you. On this slide are names of the worker bees who are a dedicated group of people who comprise the District Culture Proficiency Equity Character Education Advisory Committee. These are folks who have been doing this work for the past 5 years. One of the names is a member of this board, Mrs. Carol Matlack. Mrs. Matlack is a very active and participating member of the advisory committee. She serves as the co-chair of Goal Number 6 committee. We are both thankful and grateful for the dedication, the work, and the support of all members of the advisory committee. Thank you. Any questions or comments for us?
This is Lisa. I don't have any questions. I just want to say thank you, Mr. Guy, Mrs. Tiernan, Dr. Chapman, Ms. Holliday, Ms. McCargo, and all the students for all of the hard work that you have put into this presentation. And, I'm speaking for the board and how appreciative we are of all the work that you're putting into this. and we look forward to further updates. So thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Mrs. Schultz, any questions or comments?
I don't have any questions. I would just echo Mrs. Seidel's comments and just express my thanks for the work that's gone into, just the work that's been put in by all the members and the students. And I really applaud the efforts by all of you. And I really am looking forward to seeing the continued progress throughout this year and the continued years to follow. So again, thank you for the hard work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mrs. Neary?
Yeah, I just want to echo that sentiment. I thank you so much for your work and this presentation and finally getting to hear it. And I really look forward to hearing the rest of our student voices. I'm really sorry that we didn't get to hear your remaining experiences. That's really important to me. So I really look forward to hearing that. And thank you for joining us this evening. And thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Goodwin?
I just also want to just thank you. This has been great. I really do want to hear what the students have to say. I know, I guess I know we don't have, but I really want to hear what the students have to say. And I'm hoping that we can schedule something sooner than later. I don't know what people's time is, and Dr. Malash, I know you have to focus on that, but I really hope we can hear them sooner than later. I mean, I know we've had really long meetings but I think this is something really important. I really want to hear what they have to say as soon as we can.
So Mr. Goodwin, those of us in this room tend to agree with you, and as Ms. Neary said as well. So I think we're gonna just table the rest of the board comments for a minute and let the students speak.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, that's great.
Thank you.
So thank you so much. Precious, are you on?
Yes. Can you hear
Okay,
me?
dear. Yes, we can. Thank you. So Precious is a 12th grader at East, and I wanted her to share her experiences. She talks a lot about discipline and interacting with our security. So Precious, go ahead, please.
Okay. I feel as though the security and discipline within our schools could be like a lot better. I feel like I don't feel like discipline is like equally like fair among all of the students, and I feel as though it could be I don't know the words, but I just feel like it's like not fair, and I feel like I don't know. Yeah, I just feel like it isn't.
If you had given an example about as far as how you talked again about the relationship and favoritism, that sometimes consequences aren't given out fairly, you thought. So could you expand on that again? Because I had taken notes. Precious, you still there?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?
Okay, so I wanted you to talk about, you had used the word favoritism, and you also talked about how you believe that affects the consequences. Could you elaborate on that for me, please?
Yeah, I feel like disciplinaries like tend to differentiate like certain students' consequences instead of like based on maybe favoritism, or if they know the student, or like maybe if they know a student like maybe more than another student, like they tend to like not, they tend to differentiate their consequences instead of like treating everyone the same.
Okay.
And yeah, I feel like that's why I said
Okay.
maybe it stems from favoritism or.
Okay. Yep. And you also talked about like leaving the building and how other students can get away with certain things. Did you want to talk about that a little?
Yeah, I just feel like it's like the access to like for students like leave the building and like let people in, and for teachers as well, that's way too easy. Yeah, I feel like there should be more like, it should be more consequences for things like that. And it's like there's cameras as well, I understand that. So it's like confusing and how students are getting away with things like that.
Okay. So thank you for sharing. Gabby, I see that you're on.
Yeah.
Okay, so I know you talked about like history. Did you want to talk about that a little bit? What your thoughts were on
Yeah.
that? Okay.
So in the classes that I've been in over the previous years, mostly in high school, whenever the teacher is talking about African American culture or it's Black History Month, when they would teach and kids would ask questions or answer questions, there would always be a hand group of kids that would, before they raise their hand, look at me to ask as if they're asking for my permission to answer the question, or why don't you know it? Stuff like that. And I felt like we always talked about the same hand group of people every single year, that during quarantine, when all this stuff was happening in the world, I learned about so much more through social media posts than I did in history class. Some names that I have heard over quarantine, I've never heard before or learned before in history. And I feel like every student should be given the same experience, like to learn what I just learned over quarantine, but as the curriculum, which is why I also believe that we should have an African American course be like mandatory to learn, because I would want to learn this stuff because I'm missing out on so much stuff that I feel like I should know.
Okay. Thank you. Now, Nye, did you get back on? Because I know she.
Yes.
Okay, there you go, dear. So I know that you spoke about history also, so you can continue, please.
To add on to what Gabby just said, yes, I agree with what she's saying, and I feel like a bunch of cultures are left out when we're learning about history in history class. Like, not everyone's represented. I feel as though it's very exclusive to a lot of groups like Latinos, African Americans, and a lot of religions, Muslims. And yeah, that's what I thought about that.
Okay.
And I also had something to add for discipline.
Yes, go ahead, please.
So I feel like Precious was saying, it's the discipline at Cherry Hill East, it should be more structured. And I have an example, like my friend, he told me a bunch of his experiences about how, like, a couple times he's been targeted in the hallways by teachers threatening him, write him up. For one example, he was walking to wrestling practice and someone came up to him and confronted him and threatened to write him up for wandering the halls after school, even though he was walking to practice. And this never happened to me or anyone else I know, so I feel like that's a problem.
Okay. I know you talked about teacher connection too, so I just want you to stay on and talk about that. And what we talked about is, was it important for you as a student to be connected to your teacher? Does that improve your experiences at school? And also, do you see a differentiation between when you feel like a teacher has a relationship with a student? Are they treated differently from maybe a student that's not? So go ahead, Nai. Thank you.
Yes, I feel like teacher connection is very important, especially in high school. And I feel like at East, luckily for me, I'm very connected to most of my teachers. I feel like they do a good job at that. And also, teacher connection, it does help if you have a good relationship with your teacher. It makes you more motivated. It makes you feel like you have a place at the school, sort of, which makes you want to actually engage more in class. Yeah.
Okay. I know who is on that we haven't heard from. I just want to make sure.
Hello. Amira.
Okay, hey Amira. Thank you, dear. Who else was that? Who else said hello?
Ariana.
Oh, hey Ariana. So Ariana's an 11th grader at East. So before I have Amira speak, I want Ariana to speak, and please talk to them how you identify, personally, within your family.
Okay. What do you mean my family?
Like as far as, so you're Latina?
Oh yeah.
I'm sorry.
Latina. I'm Puerto Rican. And I moved here when I was 10. Even though I guess, because my accent you wouldn't be able to tell. I feel like that's one of the things that like teachers say a lot to me. I feel like if not all of them, at least 90% of them will be like just being fine and, half the year fine. And the second I say, oh, I'm Puerto Rican, they'll change and they'll be like, oh, I couldn't tell, or oh, your English is so good. And I feel like they're not meaning to sound like rude or like just like not right, but to me I feel like they just have these preconceived notions of what we should be like, and it's just not right to me. So yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now was there anything else you wanted to add? Because I'm just going to go person to person. So go ahead if there was anything
I wanted
else.
to add about like the cultures in history
Yes.
classes.
Yes,
I feel like
dear.
a lot of countries are mentioned in history books, and a lot of countries are talked about, the Spanish-American War and the war with Mexico and all of that, but you never really learn about like their cultures. For example, if it wasn't because I'm Puerto Rican, I couldn't tell you any of the holidays. I couldn't tell you any of like the things that people do in my country, and I feel like that goes the same with so many other Latino communities.
Okay, thank you, dear. And Amira.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Go
My
ahead, dear.
story. Oh, sorry.
Yes, go ahead. You're fine. Thank you.
My story was an example that relates to microaggressions and teacher connection. So this happened last year when we were virtual, because I had just transferred to East about a month before we went virtual. So in my history class, we were picking topics for a project. And in order to pick our topic, we had to put our name in the Google Doc. So I put my name in the Google Doc and picked my topic. However, when I went back into the Google Doc to check my assignment, I had noticed a white classmate of mine backspaced my name out and moved it to a different topic, because on Google Docs, you can see all the editing history. And I did not know her personally, but I knew what she looked like from class. But I was upset because she felt entitled enough to be able to take my topic and pick a new one for me. And to add, she thought I would not speak up and accept how she changed my topic. So then I emailed my teacher about this incident and sent her the screenshot. And she told me I could stay with my topic. However, she also let the other students keep my topic as well. So I felt this relates to teachers' connection as well, because she didn't really address the issue and she let it slide.
Okay, very good. And was there anything else? Because I think you talked about a microaggression also.
That
Or
was
no?
it. And
Oh, that was it?
the,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So now, is there any other student that had anything else to say?
Miss Holiday, I'm here.
Okay, he's here?
Samantha.
Oh, hey, so Samantha, I'm glad you're here. This is our West student. She's a senior. So I can't see her, but why don't you introduce yourself and then talk about your experience, sweetie? Thank you.
Hi, I prefer Sam, but yeah, I'm a senior at West. I've been in the Cherry Hill School District for 5 years now. I moved here from North Philadelphia back in 7th grade. And when I first moved here, I wish that there was more inclusiveness when I went to Carusi, that's the school I went to. I just felt like I wasn't at home because, as most of you know, Cherry Hill West offers a Spanish heritage class, where it's mostly meant for Spanish speakers and among other things, and they offer Latinos at West as well as East. East has the Latinos at East program as well, but they don't really have that in the middle schools. And I wish that I had something that could make me feel almost at home when I first moved here, because there really wasn't anything that was there that made me feel that I was at home and included. That also goes for, if it were possible, I would love to have seen a change in the Spanish classes, because there are students beyond myself who are bilingual, not just with Spanish, but other languages. And I would love to see other classes and languages being offered at the middle schools, because I feel like that's where a lot of making friends and, you know, figuring out who you really are. I feel like that's where it all begins, is in middle school, because you're entering your adult life. But yeah, I'll end it there.
Okay, thank you. Did Michael ever make it on?
He did. He's just struggling to figure out how to work this. It's kind of confusing.
Yeah, okay. So again, thank you for giving us that extra time to speak. We are missing like a couple of really dynamic students, you know, that wanted to share their experiences also, and hopefully, you know, we get that opportunity maybe to come back and give you like that full experience that we were prepared to give you. But we appreciate, you know, you giving us more time. But you know, it just shows that, you know, as much progress as we've made, we have to do more, and ensuring that our students are connected, you know, part of their culture and part of their, you know, their school culture. And making them feel as welcome as possible, and seeing that in their curriculum and seeing that socially, you know, goes a long way for our students. So thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you,
Holiday.
Mrs. Joseph.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And hopefully we can reschedule to have the remaining students come back, and also to give the board members more of an opportunity to ask some more questions and comments. But Zan, Zoya, Precious, Gabby, Nye, Amira, Ariana, and Sam, thank you so much for sharing your feedback with us.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Lisa,
Thank you for listening.
Lisa,
Yes.
I do have a question before the team jumps off.
Yep, I was gonna go back around.
Oh,
Yep.
okay.
That's okay. Go ahead, Kim.
Okay, I'll jump in. Thank you all, especially to the student voice. It's really critical to hear from the students. So I really appreciate you speaking tonight in front of a lot of people in a virtual format. Equity is really something that is something that I am very interested in, and I'm hoping that I can join the next meeting as well. But my two questions are, how do students get involved in the student voice? How do they become part of this group of young people? And if there are people watching from the community, how do they become part of cultural proficiency?
I can answer the student piece. Some of these students I have relationships with. They're either, I'm also the advisor of the Muslim Student Association, and also one of the advisors for the African American Culture Club. So we were able to, you know, choose our students that way, and also receive some referrals from teachers. And then someone can address as far as, you know, getting involved in the group.
So Mrs. Friedel, thank you for the question. We, as a Cultural Proficiency, Equity, and Character Education group, we meet monthly. As I stated earlier, we are meeting this Thursday, September 17th from 4 to 6. We have actually sent out a Zoom invitation for the 68 members that are on our distribution list. So Mrs. Friedel and the rest of the community, if you are interested, you can email myself. We can send out the Zoom information. We can send you all of the information for all of the months that we will meet. We will not meet in December. That is the only month that we do not meet. Most of our meetings fluctuate between 4 and 6 and 9:30 and 11:30 on Thursdays. We do have our secretary, Emily Oliveras, take copious notes at those meetings. So if you are able to be there, we will send you the notes out. But if you want to be a part of that meeting, just understand, as Dr. Williams says, this is a working advisory committee. So as soon as you jump into the Zoom, we will find one of the 7 goals for you to find a home within, and then you will be put to work. So we thank you for that.
Thank you.
George,
Thank
if
you.
I could make one comment from the community perspective, I've been on this committee for more than 15 years, I guess now, because it started back when it was the Minority Achievement Committee, and it has changed over the years to different names. And, you know, there's always an opportunity for community members to get involved. I know CHAPA uses it as a vehicle to bring parents in to get them to participate. So it's been a great opportunity, and I've enjoyed all of the moments that we've worked, and I think we're at a crucial point in time now where together we can really make a difference for our students and for our community. So it's not a closed thing where people can't become involved. It's always been an open invitation, and the word goes out in many different venues to get others involved. It just takes a little bit of commitment, and I'm, like I said, I don't have any more children. I started way back when my daughter was in high school, and she graduated in 1994, and I don't have any children in the district now, but I still have one grandchild in the district. And like I often say, I want to help those kids and parents who don't necessarily feel that they can use their voices to help further the cause of ensuring that they too have a great opportunity in their educational experience.
Thank you, Mrs. McCargo. Mr. Avadia, wanted to give you an opportunity for questions or comments.
Sure. No, I just comment that, I really appreciate all this work and you spending the evening with us. I am glad we got a chance to really listen to student voice. And I would definitely welcome more interaction and more thoughts. I think, as I looked at committee goal 1, I'm very interested in how we can really build momentum to looking at that policy level and how we can make some real good progress. I appreciate the comment early on that that it's a continuum, it's a long process. You don't arrive here, right? It takes time, but I think today was an important night for me, and I've taken a lot of notes, and I look forward to more and more interaction between the committee and the board. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Avadia.
Thank you.
Mrs. Tom?
No, I don't have much question, but compliment to the students and the cultural proficiency team that did an excellent job and give me a very good insight about the cultural differences.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mrs. Arroyo?
I'm just absolutely impressed with the work that's happening to the students, race equity, and creating opportunities of access to finding pieces of yourself and curriculum in the world around you as you're in schools. This is absolutely important, and I'm completely comfortable and excited about the fact that you guys are involved and hopeful for our future because you have your voice at the table. So continue to rise up and stay strong, and conversations won't always be easy, as you may know, but so well worth it because you're here already, and that's already achieving so much more than we've come to in the past. So thank you so much, and I look forward to your continued dedication.
Thank you, Mrs. Arroyo. And last but not least, Mrs. Matlack, I know that you've been involved with the CPC for quite some time, so I wanted to give you the final opportunity to speak from the board tonight.
Thanks, Lisa. And thank you to the committee and to the students who came on tonight. We really do appreciate hearing from you. Several years ago, the board made a very vocal and commitment to this work, and we have had board members participate over the years on this committee, and it's been a privilege for me to have been a part of this committee for so many years and working with the students. When the students came on several years ago, their voice took the work to a new level, and having their voice and their input into our work gave us a new perspective. And I'm thrilled that they were here tonight, bringing the board and the community to another level and a different perspective as well. So I look forward to hearing more from the students at this level. I enjoy working with them on the committee, as do the other members of the committee, and I look forward to having them come back again to us and share their experiences and help us to see things in a new way. We all need to do that, and thank you for giving us that perspective. Thank you to the committee for coming tonight. It's a pleasure working with you.
Thank you.
Lisa, can I?
Yes. Eric, I was going to come back to you, realizing that you really didn't get a chance to speak because you just said you wanted to hear from the students. So I was going to say I'm sorry and turn it over to you.
Thank you. This was, once again, this was really, really great. And the one question I have is I just would love to have this as a regular part, whether it be monthly or every other month. I would love to have the students to have the opportunity to speak, whether it's good, bad, great experiences, especially as we're embarking on this effort to move down towards anti-racist and really trying to address the climate. I would love to hear periodically what the students have to say in terms of how things are going. And I don't know how we would structure that, but I believe it would be a great addition to whether work session or action meeting. I know we do have our, obviously we have our students from East and West that, our board reps, but I would love to be able to have a periodic update from students on the cultural proficiency front or anti-racism front, just to hear how things are going from their perspective. I think that would add a lot to our board meetings and really help us as a board stay abreast of what's going on there. So.
Well, thank you. I know I can speak to, just in reference to students, we would love to attend. We are missing a few students, some dynamic voices, particularly from the LGBTQ community. So we do have I wanted to make sure and ensure that there were, every culture, race, religion represented that is in our schools. So I know, we kind of, went off a little bit, but there are so many stories that they want to share and ideas. If you can refer back to the slides, those were student input, just in reference to, in particular, having all of us trained in cultural proficiency and anti-racism, and that being part of, our, fiber in our district. So, if you can, remember to refer back, the students have some great ideas as to how to, because we sometimes tend to operate in our own bubble. And I told them, adults make decisions for us, and sometimes it's great for the adults to hear how our decisions affect our children, and receive that input. So I really am thankful and just thank you for allowing us to be here.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Goodwin. And thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Guy, Dr. Chapman, Mrs. Tiernan, Mrs. Joseph. Students, we really appreciate your time. And Mrs. Josephs and Dr. Chapman, Mr. Guy, and Mrs. Tiernan will follow up about scheduling and next steps, and setting additional dates to have folks come out, what that structure looks like, and what we can do for updates. And again, students, thank you so much for spending your time and sharing your voice and your experience.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, Dr. Malash, before I go around and ask our board members if they have any correspondence to share, I wanted to give you an opportunity. I believe you had a few administrative or superintendent comments that you wanted to make this evening.
I do, Mrs. Seidel, thank you. And actually, they relate to correspondence, which is very timely with where we are. So I just want to let folks know, I know that there are folks that are online watching right now, and there will be folks that will watch this, at a later date, I am sure. But in terms of correspondence, we've received a lot of correspondence administratively during the course of the last week. Honestly, probably during the course of the last couple of weeks, at a higher volume, than honestly we have in quite some time. That's kind of a build on and a continuation, of what's been going on during the course of the summer. As a school district, as a community, as a state, as a nation, we deal with the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. So a couple of weeks ago, on September the 1st, we announced that we were going to move from the hybrid model to the all remote learning model, which brought a tremendous response from people, right? People have been impacted by that, and it's brought a lot of challenges for folks. It was not an easy decision. It was a decision that came after a great deal of discussion involving a lot of different people in a lot of different jobs with a lot of different responsibilities within the school district. It's not ideal at all. It was not ideal on September 1st. I will tell you, I still don't think it's ideal today. I wish that we were not in the situation, that we are, but our goal, and we as a school district have been talking about this since March 16th. So literally for 6 months, our goal has always been to bring students and staff back to the buildings in a way that can be safe and that everybody can learn, and it's a way that's dynamic and successful. And we are still working towards that. Our buildings are ready to go. Our buildings were ready to go for the opening of school. Our buildings will continue to be ready to go. We are working with our incredible staff. And again, there's not a staff around that I would want to trade our teachers, our educational assistants, our support staff, our secretaries, nurses, counselors, that I would trade them with. If these are the people that are here to work with our kids, I think that our children and our community is incredibly lucky because of what we have in terms of the staff. So we did get a lot of response from people because of the impact, and we know that. Earlier in August, when we had talked about numbers, I had talked about that at that time, about 70% of families had selected the hybrid model, about 30% had selected the full remote model. When we closed the survey on August the 25th, and some folks have inquired about this through correspondence, when we closed the survey, we had about 58% of our families, or representing the students, selected the hybrid model. And then there were about 38% of the students that selected the full remote model, and about 5% that we didn't have a response for. So we counted those 5% over with the hybrid because we had to account for the kids, coming into school. So between 62 and 63% and about 38%, between 37 and 38% that selected the full remote is where we were, going into the school year. Today was the 6th day of school. In some ways, it seems like we've been in school for a long time. And there's a natural piece of that occurs when we return to school. We all have, as adults, in our mind what school looks like and feels like and what it is. And we fall into a routine. And once you get back, you feel like summer vacation was never here and people were, the students and adults have been around. This has certainly been a unique year because of the full remote model. And we've had a lot of people that have asked questions about the full remote. People are concerned about screen time. And I agree, I'm concerned about screen time. Everybody's concerned about screen time, about what the instructional day looks like. As we've talked about during the course of the summer, that's something that we will continue to look at. We will continue to look, as we have been doing day by day, week by week, as we move forward with what the implementation of the full remote schedule looks like. We had a committee, committees of folks involved, almost 80 people from in the district, staff members, counselors, administrators that developed the We Return to Learn plan. State guidelines that are there that we had to follow from the road back that was provided, but the instructional, the implementation, the model was developed by our people in the house. That's developed by Cherry Hill people, people that dedicated hours and weekends, throughout the course of the summer. In fact, the majority of the people that were on the committees were volunteering their time because they were part of our instructional staff, and they volunteered time on Saturdays and on Sundays. I would be online, Dr. Mahan would be online, they would be online working on it making adjustments to the plan. Through research, through experience, through their ability. And again, I always like to defer to the instructors, right? Today we have master teachers that are here for their expertise, for their input. That's the value of what they bring to our school district. And I do think there's a piece that as we are, again, have completed the 6th day, that we need to rely on their expertise. And we need to continue to talk to them. And what is it that they are learning? What is it that they are seeing? And what is it that's going on? I don't expect, honestly, any student or any staff member to spend 6 straight hours a day online. It's not healthy. We don't want anybody to do that. You know, so we're talking with principals, we're talking in their building about how much time is actually being spent. What does that look like? What's the schedule that the teacher is providing, and how's that being adjusted? It takes some time to get into that routine, for sure. The first day of school last Tuesday looked a little bit different than the second day of school, than the third day of school, and that will continue to come. But I do think we need to give our instructors, our teachers, these educators who are so good at what they do, who we have so much respect for, we need to give them the opportunity to do what they do, and to make those connections with kids. There are going to continue to be challenges. There is no doubt about that. Ideally, we want everybody to be back in school. We want our students, we want our staff members to be here together. We know that learning is social. We know that there's advantage. And again, people have concerns. I'll tell you, I've also heard from a lot of people who think that remote learning is going really well. That they selected this for their child, that they like what it's doing, the kids have had the opportunity to open up, that they feel more comfortable, that there is a positive. There are many perspectives about what the experience is right now. One of the things that I always ask in our community is that when people disagree, and people are going to disagree, and that's okay, that they do so in a respectful manner. The kids are watching us as adults, they really are. And the kids respond based on how we as adults respond. There's a line I met with Zoom PTA this morning. I talked about part of our responsibility as adults is not to join in the chaos that's going around, but to help to add our calm, and to add our calm and our support to what is taking place. And that's where we are and what we're looking at. Again, I would not trade the staff that we have in Cherry Hill for anybody, any place, for what they offer and for what they are doing for our children. We will continue to move forward together. We are still looking at November 9th, that Monday, for the transition back into the hybrid model. We will be launching another thought exchange at the end of this week. I'm going to give people a couple of weeks, 2 weeks to get into the school year about how things are going, what do they need. We'll do a separate one for staff. We'll do another one for the community, for families, because again, we want people's inputs. There's a different perspective, that we can see. As we know, when we did the presentations during the summer, there's a lot of analytics that we can give. We can look at the themes that are coming through. It gives us another way to look at what people are thinking and feeling. But we hear the community. We do. We hear each of the voices. We hear each of the messages that's coming through. And we continue and will continue to work forward this. We are always going to err on the side of caution. That's our responsibility. Everybody is important. We want to make sure that everybody feels comfortable with what they're doing and that everybody is able to move forward and to do so in a way that's developmentally appropriate for the children that are in front of us. So we'll keep going. We'll keep moving forward. I encourage people, again, continue to send your emails, continue to send messages. Please make sure you're contacting teachers. Please make sure you're contacting principals. They're always going to have and be a wealth of information about your child's experience. They are the authorities. You can certainly email me. I will respond. Sometimes it's slower than others. Days are busy. There's a lot going on. But so sometimes email is a little bit slow, and I do apologize for that. That seems to be a message I've delivered throughout, since the summer, but continue to correspond. So.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're going to move into correspondence, and I just will kick that off. I want to, as we have in the past, we usually start in September announcing the list of school board candidates that will be running in the general election on November 3rd. So I want to just take a moment to read off the candidate names. Typically, we would have them stand up and give a wave, but can't do that in this virtual environment. But and I apologize in advance if I mispronounce anyone's name. If I do mispronounce your name, please shoot me off an email and let me know that, and I'll make sure I correct it for next month. So running for Board of Education this year, we have Corinne Elmore Stratton, we have Carol Matlack, John Papika, Aslahan Kakmak, and Miriam Stern. So we have 5 members, 5 people running. And again, the election is on November 3rd. So I will next turn it over. Let's see, Lori, Mrs. Neer, do you have any correspondence tonight?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Avadia?
Yeah, yes, thank you. On September 2nd, the Camden County Educational Services Commission met, and I'm our authorized rep for this year. And so it was very interesting. There was a lot of discussion about how hard things are and how much everyone around the table needed support. And how quickly things were changing. And so there was an admission that the Educational Services Commission had revised their plan based on some updates out of the state government. The biggest thing I could report today in terms of the work that I frequently do quick updates on is esports is moving ahead as a regional competition. There's a bit of a delay in terms of them getting those vendors up. But their next step, once those vendors are set up, will be to invite districts. So as one of the ironies of the commission, I probably won't see that invite, but Dr. Malash, Lisa may very well. And when you do, as I've noted a couple times, this is a very well participated in element. Now, along with that, I did note to the folks there that in Workshop 2020, which is our NJSBA training extravaganza, there will be a large competition that Wednesday or that middle night on esports. And so I asked, would the commission be threading into that? Undetermined, but I think after I made that comment, they'll make every effort. Anyway, it's all very exciting, and we'll have more to report on next time. But it was a good session, and I think everyone felt good to at least have a little bit of a focus group / support group.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Avadia.
Can I just add, Mr. Avadia, because you have brought up esports before, Mr. Barrow, our Director of Athletics, has been involved in doing research and meeting with some groups on the outside about esports since last spring. So we are taking a look about what it could look like in Cherry Hill. So I will also let him know I did see the information about school boards and see if he can't get involved to watch that when it's taking place.
Sounds great.
Okay, Mrs. Tong, any correspondence?
No, I do not have any correspondence, Lisa.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Goodwin?
I don't have any.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mrs. Arroyo?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Friedel?
Oh, sorry. No correspondence. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Schultz?
None, thank you.
Okay, and Ms. Matlack, I know that you do have some correspondence for us this evening, correct?
Well, in a sense, I do. The state legislative committee has their quarterly meeting. Unfortunately, I had a previous commitment, and I am the District 6 representative on that committee. I had a previous commitment and couldn't attend, but they did send out a sample resolution that Dr. Malash will forward to the board members. And we can all take a look at that, and we can discuss it, next time we meet. Unfortunately, I don't have the background conversation that happened on that, but we can certainly take a look at the resolution and talk about its merits going forward. So that will be for next time. I apologize that I wasn't able to attend that meeting, so I don't have more detail for you. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, we will move into our board committee reports. And I'm going to start with C&I, and I'll ask Mrs. Matlack to share what was discussed in curriculum instruction.
Great. Thank you very much. Let me just pull up my notes. Okay, here we go. So we met last week at 5 o'clock on Tuesday, and we had a few things on our agenda. We discussed communication, which has to do with the committee communication, and we talked about how our process is going to work, that there will be questions and comments from the committee members sent to Dr. Mahan in advance, and that new items for possible discussion or agenda inclusion can be brought up at the meeting or in advance of the meeting, and we can go from there depending on how in-depth each of those items would be. At the very end of the meeting, we because our meeting went a little long, we had just a brief goal discussion, and Dr. Mahan asked if the district goals, if the committee could take a look at those that pertain to C&I and get back to her through me as the committee chair with any questions or action steps or suggestions for those. So for the committee members, I have not yet heard from anybody. If you haven't had a chance to do that, if you could do that and get back to me so I can get that to Dr. Mahan, that would be appreciated. So we started off our meeting talking about social emotional learning and a program update on that. And Mrs. Wethington and Mrs. Minjan discussed a program that the district has acquired that we are implementing. It's called the Why Try program, and it focuses on teaching resiliency. And this is a social emotional learning component that can be done virtually or in person. It incorporates a variety of areas such as music, journaling, art. It's not just a singular focus. It is research-based. We were told it was very user-friendly, and the administrative group that went through the demonstration had some sandbox time with it, and they also felt it was very user-friendly. There's a component that includes a parent guide, and which the staff at each of the levels will bring the parent guide into the program and let the parents know about that as appropriate for each of the levels when they're doing that. When I talk about the levels, I'm talking about elementary, middle, and high school levels. So speaking of those levels, at the elementary level, it will be the counselors in the PLCs who do this work. In the middle school, it will be during advisory, and high school level, it will be during health classes. There were several districts who used the program that were looked at, and Mrs. Wethington and Mrs. Minjan were very positive and excited about this program. We also got an update about the Social Justice Committee and the work that they are doing. The district has a partnership with Dr. Goldie Muhammad, and during the administrative retreat, Dr. Muhammad presented along with the representative from Scholastic who was there. They talked about different themes that they will be taking a look at. One was the role of administration in cultural proficiency, and the implementation of student voice, equity, and resources that can be provided by Scholastic to support this work. Dr. Muhammad, well, I have to say Dr. Farah Mahan, who is our administrative liaison on the committee, talked to us about this. And as she was speaking, and I'm taking notes to report back, I thought to myself, I'm not going to be able to convey to the board her enthusiasm for this work. So I asked her if she could, when I get to this point, if I could turn it over to her to talk a little bit more about it. Since I'm hearing it we were hearing it from her, I thought who best to tell you what happened during this work than Dr. Mahan. So Dr. Mahan, if you will.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Matlack. So I will try to be brief. You did a great job introducing and talking about themes that we addressed as the administrators. One of the things that we did next that I had shared with the committee was, after a long discussion and a presentation, we had an opportunity for Q&A. And during that Q&A, some of the types of questions that were asked of Dr. Muhammad to help the committee unpack were, what are some of the more harmful examples of structural racism in schools, and how can we move beyond simply adding a fresh coat of paint? And she talked about this notion of, our goal is not to put on a fresh coat of paint over the same thing. Underneath it, we have the same scaffold and structures, but we need to change how we are serving our students ultimately. So that was really what she talked about. And then she also, another question that came up was, when we begin to focus on and highlight data that is not purely academic achievement, how do we make sure all stakeholders value it and not assume we are devaluing achievement? And she had this whole concept that she spoke with us about, not regarding the achievement gap, but actually speaking to an educational deficit, an educational debt, and how when we start to address inequities across our entire district and within education as a whole, that we will raise the achievement of all students. And that was really what her emphasis was on. So we are even talking about changing the language of academic achievement to that educational debt piece. She also asked us to focus on, during her conversation with us, we talked about 3 key areas. The first one was skills and intellect, and that's what students gain just from being in the classroom from their teachers. We talked about cultural competence. That's when students are able to see and appreciate themselves, and that teachers really affirm their identity and cultivate their identity. And then she talked strongly about a piece called social political consciousness. And that's really what we're talking about with our students right now, what you just heard from the students who were on the call, what you heard from students who participated in the student protest. And that's the ability to take learning in the classroom, connect that to the standards that we have outlined by the Department of Education, and then connect those issues to real world issues. How are you able to address this through the context that you are learning in the class, connected to the standards, and have that larger social context piece? And that was really what our administrative retreat focused on. It was an amazing experience. We continue to be excited about the work. Members of the Social Justice Committee also participated in a book hook on the text Cultivating Genius, which is written by Dr. Muhammad. And again, the emphasis there was the 4-layered historical responsive literacy. That's what her book emphasizes. We have a second session with the Social Justice Committee actually tomorrow with Dr. Muhammad. She will be presenting a very similar presentation that she gave to the administrators, to the members of the Social Justice Committee, which again includes administrators, teachers, and students across the K-12 spectrum. And lastly, Dr. Malash and I had an opportunity to do a town hall meeting with students on the 10th. And we talked to the students again about, we recognize that you are asking the board to implement a high school graduation requirement based on an African American Studies course. We want to be sure that what we are developing truly reflects what you are envisioning, and that we are on the same page. And the students were very candid with us in their comments and spoke to us a lot about, yes, that it is the African American Studies course that we are looking for. And maybe there is an opportunity for a social justice elective in there as well. So we will continue to work with the students, continue to hear the students' voices, and begin to craft a course to present to the board that will fulfill the high school graduation requirement that has been asked. So I think I've covered it all, Mrs. Matlack. I don't know if there's
Yes.
anything that I missed.
No, not at all. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
I appreciate that. And then the last item on our agenda, we had Miss Alison McCartney come in to discuss the book Chains by Laurie House Anderson. That book is a book that the board approved several years ago as a supplemental text, and some of the classes have been using it as more than a supplemental text, and in the interest of consistency across the district, it is now going to be implemented in the ELA classes in the academic year. This is a middle school book. I don't think I mentioned that. Sorry about that. It's for the middle school level. And so over the course of the year, it will be incorporated into the ELA classes from a literary perspective and in social studies from the historical perspective that it provides. They're looking at also additional materials that more accurately represent the portrayal of African Americans in history. So we had a discussion about that, and thank you to Ms. McCartney for coming in. She is also always very enthusiastic about our literary texts for our students. So we are very assured when we hear from her that the texts that have been chosen and how they are going to be used for our students. It's a very well thought out process, and for our students. And this is a book, Chains, that has been used in the past and now will be more consistently used across the district. If there are any committee members who have anything to add to what I said or what Dr. Mahan has said, please let me know, and then we can take questions from the rest of the board members.
Great, thank you, Mrs. Matlack.
Oh, that was a great readout.
Thank you, Mrs. Muir.
Okay.
Mrs. Goodwin or Mrs. Arroyo or Mr. Goodwin, do you have anything else to add?
I just when the reports were given and all the information was provided, it all started to connect, especially with the incorporation of the anti-racist policy. So I could see on a larger scale level how all this work is really going to impact the way students interact with each other, the way administration interacts with and engages with students, and like the build off point for the work moving forward. So I got really excited. I got excited because Dr. Mahan was getting excited and just having a good vibe. And then hearing the student voices today and everything that they were saying, it's just like, I can't wait for them to see the rest, right? And so just thank you for being able to provide this opportunity, because I think, especially for our Black and Brown communities, you don't know how long it's been for us waiting for something like this, and it's just impressive.
Thank you, Mrs. Arroyo. I will go around to the additional board members right now, so I'll start because she's in front of me. Mrs. Schultz, do you have any questions or comments for the C&I committee?
I do not. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Friedel?
One question related to the teaching resiliency, the Why Try program. You said at the elementary level, the counselors would be providing, I guess, the work. At the middle school, it would be an advisory, and in the high school, it would be through health classes. So my question is, since health class is only one semester, how will that be embedded in the high school throughout the course of the year if it's only in health class?
Mrs. Matlack, would you like me to answer that?
Yes, I would. Since I'm not an administrator, I cannot
figured.
answer that question.
So, Ms. Prydell, not Prydell, I apologize. Dr. Mahan, Mrs. Minjan, and I will be working with high school administration to figure out what the rollout will look like at high school level. So just for clarity, every teacher in the district will have access to all of the lessons. So we are also talking about ways to roll that out for teachers to kind of unpack the lessons so that they can pull pieces of it if they want to deal with something because they see something's happening in their class on the spot. We will unpack portions of it so they can take a lesson, use it with their students. They could do it at one shot or over several days. So it's not just dedicated to those teachers, but they'll be the lead people. Does that clarify?
That does, and that makes it even better.
Okay,
that all
great.
the teachers will be using it.
Yes. Every teacher in the district K-12 will have access to the program. That's why we chose it, so we could give teachers that flexibility.
Is it in preschool also?
It's not in preschool. They did not have a preschool component, so we're working on something for preschool.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem.
Mrs. Friedel. Thank you, Mrs. Wellington. Mrs. Tong, any questions or comments for CNI?
No, I don't have any.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Ovadia?
No, sounds like great work, and thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I see you've moved into the classroom. I like your background. Okay, all right. Thank
Lisa,
you, Mrs.
Can I just chime in real quick?
Absolutely.
I also just want to reiterate what Mrs. Matlack and Mrs. Arroyo had mentioned in terms of what took place, and it was very exciting to see all these things coming together, and all the different components, and even with the Chains book, I thought how that's being brought in. The one thing that I was, and it sounds like it's being embraced, the one thing I was encouraging is just really having really positive kind of books as well that that also brings out some of the real positive and strong contributions that African Americans have made, and then also just really making sure that as we selected, the one thing I'd encourage is just really trying to find and select books written by African Americans that can also really enhance that. But I really was excited about all the things that were spoke about and the plans that are coming up, and it sounds like it's really going to be some exciting times. That's all I have. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Okay, next we'll move into business and facilities, and I'll ask Mrs. Schultz to tell us about that meeting, please.
Thank you. So our committee, we met September 8th at 7 p.m. We did meet in closed session due to our new structure. We also had a very packed agenda. It sounds like most committees also had a pretty packed agenda this month. We briefly started talking about the returning to in-person board meetings, but it sounded like we have been perhaps maybe the only committee that had started to talk about that. So we quickly decided that Mrs. Seidel would poll all the board members to see who would like to attend the September 15th board meeting in person. Any members who were interested were welcome to attend in person. And then we quickly decided that we would discuss the topic further at our September 15th meeting, which is today, and I believe is on the strategic planning agenda as an open item. So a couple of things that we did clarify, obviously in-person meetings, that we would all have our separate desks, as you can see, and each member has a mask and is required for the entire meetings. And at this time, meetings are not open to public, but that might be discussed a little bit later tonight. So then we did move on to our East Wall project, and specifically we were talking about a change order for the vestibule issue that has creeped up in the crawl space. So there is an issue within the crawl space of the building that has occurred due to water damage. So I'm going to do my best to explain this, and I took this from the notes, so please, Mrs. Sugars, if I'm not explaining this, please jump in. So Vesica Architects, they are recommending that because of this issue in the crawl space where the water damage has come in, Vesica Architects is recommending that the joist seats be repaired, new support beams be installed to the steel that is supporting the utilities, and then the utility supports be repaired, and that the openings to the crawl spaces also be made airtight. In addition, they recommend that the moisture control measures and ventilation also be provided. So those are the recommendations that Vesica has recommended based on the damage that has occurred. We did talk about the fact that there is a $250,000 allowance on this project that will cover some of the cost of this work, but we may need to have a change order due to additional funds that this project may incur. We also talked about the fact that it does make sense to do this project now while the wall is already open, and just to kind of finish this off. I also just wanted to point out, I know that Vesica Architect is not our architect of record, but they have started this project. So that is why we're referring to Vesica in case anyone has questions. They have started the project at East Wall. So we are still working with them to finalize out the East Wall project. We then kind of had a very good discussion in regards to district ventilation. Mrs. Sugars had shared a copy of the district's written indoor air quality plan, which does model the state's recommended plan. We also discussed how Mrs. Sugars has been in touch with our district's architectural firm. And it was interesting to note that this firm has several large districts that have HVAC replacement projects in progress, and that those projects have slowly come to a halt as schools are starting to evaluate whether additional needs and how they're going to address HVAC within their districts, and whether they're going to address how they're going to address air quality, and if it's in their best interest to do upgrades to their buildings. So we did kind of talk through that. It's also interesting that HVAC companies such as Trane and Honeywell are currently completing the marketing and testing phase of new products, as they're also currently navigating the environment to develop and to address air quality. So it actually may be in the district's best interest to plan our HVAC upgrades to buildings after that testing has been completed by our HVAC companies. But there are various options available: UV lights, ionization units, highly rated MER filters, or portable units, but those also need further development and testing is still needed. So in addition, these items need to be evaluated as to whether they're compatible with or appropriate for our current district systems. So after consulting with the district's environmental firm, their recommendation is that the district follows its written indoor air quality plan, and that we make sure that our air exchanges are at the highest that they can be, and that appropriate filters are installed in our equipment, and that it is replaced on a regular basis. So a lot of information. So then the last two items that we did discuss was the Stockton roofing project and the West accessibility project. So the district currently has a quote for $60,000 to make repairs to the roof. So now Garrison Architects, our new architect, has begun exploring the roof for replacement on that project. And on the West accessibility project, the district is working in conjunction with ERI to develop plans to proceed with the accessibility work at West High School. It's also important, I just want to note that the priority for the accessibility work in the schools and how that's being done is that's being prioritized based on the schools where we have vestibules and where they have already been installed. So our next meeting is October 5th. That will be at 7 o'clock. And if there are any other board members or committee members that have something to add, please feel free.
So let's, Mrs. Tong, do you have anything you want to add from the meeting?
No, thank you, Lisa.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Friedel?
No, thank you.
Okay, I know we're going to discuss about returning to in-person board meetings a little later in the meeting, but I'm wondering if you can elaborate a little. I know that we elaborated a bit in our meeting when we were discussing district ventilation, and you mentioned the MERV rating of the filters. And that's been a topic in the community as we've, move forward with our return to learn plan. So can we elaborate a little bit on, on how some of the suggestions that we've received, or we can't necessarily just go out and upgrade the type of filters we're using. I just want to like sort of maybe clarify any items, any suggestions that have come to us that don't make sense at this time for us to move forward on. Ms. Sugars or Dr. Malash, if you can just sort of elaborate on that so that, we can confirm or, make the public aware of what we can and can't do related to just upgrading. It's not as simple as upgrading the filters is what I'm trying to say.
Yes, let me say a little bit, and I'll ask Mrs. Sugars to add in because this is certainly, has more knowledge than I do in this area. There have been suggestions and questions about ventilation. As I stated every time I said it earlier in the meeting, we base what we are doing in ventilation in the buildings based on our written indoor air quality program. We published it, it's on the website, it's something we have to have. It's based on state approved standards. They were adopted in 2007. There have been suggestions about putting in exhaust fans, about putting in window fans, putting fans by the doors, a number of different suggestions have come from folks, to go through. One of the first challenges that we always have, anytime we're going to purchase and install something, are the procurement guidelines that we must follow as a public school district. Back in the spring, when the governor was adjusting through executive order some of the procurement practices for state government and municipal government, he did not change the procurement practices for school districts. Because of our size, there are certain bid thresholds that we must follow, that we must go through, that we must adjust. Because of the age of our buildings, the HVAC systems, while there has been work done, we've replaced all of the boilers, there's been work done in some of the buildings. The majority of the HVAC units are original to the buildings. It's the unit ventilators like we have in this room. The higher rated MERV numbers, and MERV is a rating that's used for filters. People have talked about something of the MERV 9 or something of the MERV 12. Literally cannot work in any of the systems that we have in the district. Just would not be functional or operational. People have asked about having families volunteer or local folks volunteer that are in the trades, to do installation. You really can't do that because of liability. There's stuff that we have to go through because of our insurance liability to make sure that we are doing everything that we're supposed to. There's still building and fire codes that we have to follow. We have to take into consideration what our electrical service is in all 19 of our schools and whether adding those additional systems online, what the impact would be, whether there's control units for them, what does that look like, and then what other impact does it have environmentally, in the classroom. So number-wise, because people always like to talk about numbers, in terms of the long-range facilities plan, there are 647 general instruction classrooms in the district, 647 of them. We recently completed a New Jersey local government energy audit, and that local government energy audit identified 665 exhaust fans throughout the buildings. Most of them are rooftop-based units, and they serve classrooms, bathrooms, all-purpose rooms, as exhaust fans. Some are in specialized instructional spaces, especially at the high school level, where shops and rooms like that. There are more than 1,000 air supply fans district-wide. Most of them are located above the drop ceiling. But again, continues with that circulation of air. They serve a purpose. They do their job. That's in the district. And again, as we are working with Garrison, it's coming in. We've done, as I mentioned, recently done the local government energy audit, taking a comprehensive, holistic look at where our buildings are. Our buildings are ready to open September 8th. Our buildings continue to be ready to open. Our maintenance folks, our custodians, our staff, they've worked diligently since March to do the cleaning, to do the maintaining of the systems, to check the systems. Now, in a district this large, there are going to be some that break down, right? That's inevitable. It's just like being home, something's going to break down. We fix it. We move classes if need to be moved, but we fix, what needs to be done. So that's where we are, looking at those things. and continue to look at the district overall. I don't know, Ms. Sugars, if there's anything else.
No, yeah, not really. Just, when they talk about MERV filters and using a highly rated MERV filter, the concern with our particular equipment is that it will restrict the airflow and that will cause the unit to freeze up. So it's not as easy as just saying, let's just put a better filter in. We have to make sure that whatever we're putting into our systems are compatible with our systems and the age of our systems. We are in contact pretty consistently with our architect. We are in contact with our environmental consultant. Our environmental consultant continues to tell us that following our indoor air quality plan, getting as much air exchange into the room as we can, with opening windows when, like a beautiful day like today, it was a great day to have the windows open. It was cool. Continue to have that air exchange in the rooms is our best course of action for right now. And as Mrs. Schultz mentioned, when I had spoken to Garrison last week, I think we are in a good position to take a step back at this point and kind of see where things land and where these companies, what types of equipment and additional things they come up with. Then we can move into planning, hopefully for our next bond referendum to upgrade these systems. We've done a lot of work in the boiler rooms. We haven't done anything that comes out from the boiler room, and that's the part that we need to focus on coming up.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think that's it in terms of what I wanted to elaborate on. So I'm going to go around and ask other board members that do not sit on BNF committee, and I'll start with Mrs. Arroyo.
Just so, in case the joist work, what was it that you stated was damaged? Out to the seats and the what else was that, Ruth?
I've got to go back to my notes. There's 4 issues, and it is. Oh, go back.
Jump in here, Mrs.
That would be most helpful.
Yeah, the issues with we're currently doing the wall project at East, and there's a crawl space area that runs underneath the building. It basically runs from the boiler room down to the library annex. And one of the breezeways that we're working on right now, the connecting link that we're working on, when they went down in there, they noticed that there is some corrosion of the supports that are in that crawl space area. We had seen this in this building at one point. Also at Barclay a couple of years ago, we did a major project at Barclay where we had to reinforce the joists that are underneath the building. Barton. And so this is similar to that, where we're seeing, because of the water infiltration, we're seeing some corrosion of the joists. We're also seeing corrosion. There's lots of piping and utilities that run underneath that area, and the supports that support those utilities. We're also seeing some corrosion in that area as well. So since the building is open at this point, when I spoke to Mr. Middleton, he felt now is a good time to address these things rather than close everything up and go back in to address them. And so we spoke to the board about it, or spoke to the committee about it last week. And, we're going to move ahead with that project and get that work done now. And then the second phase of that project will be to incorporate some ventilation into that area to make sure that that condition does not continue.
And you
Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. And that's an additional, we have an extra 250,000 to offset any additional things that space may need, but it might cost more than that?
Yes, we have an allowance. It's a very large project, so we have a very large allowance, which is good. We have an allowance of about $250,000 on that project. We have used some of that allowance for some other smaller issues that we've come across. We may not have enough money within that allowance to cover the entire cost. We're still getting estimates from the contractor. There may be some additional funds that we have to appropriate towards that project, but we're hoping that the allowance can cover the majority of it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Arroyo. Mr. Goodwin?
Hi, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Neary?
Yes, thank you, and apologies. I'm having very poor audio and camera tonight, so I can't even turn on the incoming video or I lose all of you. So regarding the East Building, is Garrison going to come out then, and are we going to inspect the rest of that building rather than, it seems like every project we have, there's a surprise. And then I guess we'll have further discussions, perhaps it's broader in, you know, the move forward and the vision of the district and where we're going with these buildings. It's a lot of money going into East, and it doesn't seem to end due to the constructional deficit to start with that building. So are they taking a look at that so we can get ahead and a real understanding of what we might be facing in that building more broadly? Because I feel like we do keep visiting this with each of their projects. And that's for the building at East. Regarding the ventilation, were we given or do we have guidelines from the state regarding the age of our buildings? And, you know, the state was very kind as to offer to the districts open so long as you can safely do so, which is very broad legally. So are there guidelines from them as to, you know, can we safely do so, and what we're doing for the classrooms where we don't have windows? And have we moved students and staff out of those classrooms? Given, I guess, we would have ventilation constraints in those classrooms. And are we looking at that as we're planning and marching towards our November reopen date for the students? But we do have faculty there now. So, you know, are we looking at that now? Is there faculty in those rooms without windows? And the guidance from the state regarding, can we safely reopen these buildings from a ventilation perspective, given their age and the changes that we really can't make to the systems? I just want to make sure. And my other comment was the buildings for the ADA. What was the rationale behind prioritizing those where we did the vestibule work? Is it just because we need to bring the vestibules into compliance now, or what was the thinking? Because I know that we were going to take a holistic view and go through and assess all the buildings and prioritize. I mean, I did that somewhat based on the report and prioritized our schools already on what made sense, but we were going to take a more holistic project view of the buildings and how to get the ADA done. So how did we get to prioritizing the ones with the vestibules? And I think that's everything.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So yes, Garrison is doing an evaluation of all of our buildings and has already been out to East. I was actually on that tour with them so that he can start taking a look at that. We've also asked our construction management firm, New Road Construction, to take a look at the current project that's change order that was brought to us by Middleton, to make sure that the remedy that we're using there is appropriate. They also will be involved in the evaluation of the buildings moving forward, so that we can give the board a clear picture of the condition of the building and what our recommendation is moving forward. In terms of ventilation, yes, there are areas in our buildings that don't have windows. Any area such as that in any building is required to have HVAC because it doesn't have windows. We have evaluated all of the areas that in the schools that don't have windows and affirmed that they do have fresh air exchange. The only areas that we have a concern about, there's a couple of gang bathrooms throughout the district that do not have windows and do not have fresh air exchange, but typically you're not in a gang bathroom for very long, and typically there should not be many people in a gang bathroom for any extended period of time. So those are really the only areas that we're concerned about in terms of not having any fresh air coming in right now.
Mrs. Sugar, I'm sorry, could you just define for people that might not be aware of what a gang bathroom is?
Yeah, it's probably not the greatest term to use, but it's a group bathroom, you know, where we have several stalls. It's typically the student bathrooms where there's several stalls, you know, like you have at a Target or any other place. ADA vestibules, the vestibules are compliant. We're not addressing vestibules at this point. We're looking at the area surrounding the vestibules. Our first project will be West. As you are aware, we just put a new vestibule in at West. The handicap parking is not near that vestibule. So that rose to the top as a priority of things that we would want to address to do that holistic approach, to complete the whole area so that the vestibule's in place, the the path to the vestibule is appropriate, so people can get into the buildings. Again, our focus has been on getting into the main entrance of the building. But it is a holistic approach because it also considers curbing, it also considers sidewalks, striping, signage, drainage, and any kind of utility that would be under the ground. So in my discussions with ERI, we have decided in conjunction with Garrison Architects that our first projects will be to go back to those buildings that have the vestibules in place and make sure that all of the surrounding site work is done to accommodate the new entrances.
Does that align with the ERI's original report that they sent out as far as prioritization, or is ERI re-evaluating that priority list? In all of my conversations with ERI, that is the path that we have decided on, that was the priority, that we would focus on those areas first.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Neary. Mr. Avadia.
Yes, thank you. So I guess my two questions are, from a change order perspective on the east wall project and from an evaluation of repair or replace on Stockton, will that be ready for October's meeting? Is it longer than that in terms of a timeline for a decision or a monetary judgment?
Yes, it should be ready for the October meeting.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, and Mrs. Matlack.
No additional questions, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is human resources. So I am limited in what I can share from that meeting, but we did meet on September 8th, and there are a few items I can discuss. The first is you can look for a first reading of revision to policy 8320 for personnel records. That was reviewed with the committee, and it's going to be placed onto the September agenda cycle. So you'll be seeing that come forward. And then next, we did talk about some vacancies needed for the 2020-2021 school year. And that is, the bulk of those are due to COVID-19. So we did have 64 requests in total at the time of the committee meeting. 43 LOA requests were for teaching staff. We've also had a significant number of accommodations or 504 requests. Can't go into more specifics about that, but I will just say that there was a significant number of those requests. And that's all I can really cover from HR. And Mrs. Schultz, do you have anything to add?
I do not.
Okay.
I don't think I can.
So I will go around the room, even though we are limited in what we can discuss, but I'll start with Mrs. Neary.
No questions for me, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Avadia.
None for me, thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Tong.
None for me. Thank you, Lisa.
Hi, Mrs. Matlack.
No questions, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Goodwin.
No questions, thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Arroyo.
No, I'm good, thank you.
Thank you, and Ms. Friedel.
You'd be disappointed if I didn't have a question, I know. So I do have a question, not particularly about what you just went over, but I'm just wondering, related to HR and COVID-19, if there is a need, or if it's internally done, are there policies that need to be addressed? And maybe it would be P&L, maybe it's HR, when, does a staff member have to get tested because of exposure? Is that workman's comp? Like, I don't know, like, is there guidance for staff related to COVID-19? I don't think I'm articulating. I have a headache. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I think we get the gist of what you're asking. I'll turn it over to Dr. Malash to see if we're able to answer regarding that question.
Mr. Green, do you want to field that?
Let me say that again. Sure. The existing protocols that we have in place, combined with the CDC guidelines, are essentially really enabling us to deal with it right now. Generally, if someone is exposed, we follow the protocols. We do have the protocols in place. I don't think there's any need for us to adopt specific policy to change that at this point. We're governed by essentially the guidelines that we need to be, as well as the district reopening guidelines from the Department of Ed, so that people are required to get tested if they've been exposed, and they're not permitted to return back until they have a negative result. So we're well within our parameters in dealing with that. It's a good question, but I think we're fine with that.
Okay, and the staff know what those parameters are?
I don't know if they've been disseminated to the staff per se. I would defer to Ms. Adrian and Dr. Malash on what's been communicated to the staff. Certainly, I do know that when they do report, as we've unfortunately had this recent, some issues with that, that they are advised at that time of what the protocols are. And I believe they are pretty well aware of that.
Terrific, thank you.
I defer to the administration on what specifically has been put out there.
Much appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Thank you, Ms. Friedel. Okay, and Ms. Friedel, I'm going to turn it over to you to talk about our Policy and Legislation Committee meeting.
Okay, so we met on Tuesday, the 8th at 6 p.m. We had a very full agenda. We had a brief update from Dr. Malash on the legislative update from the New Jersey Department of Health, and their recommendations for local health departments. My understanding, Dr. Malash, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that you basically get a report right now bi-weekly?
Correct.
Every other week.
Yes.
It just gives you kind of updates.
Right.
We also were revisiting the anti-racism policy that we had discussed on August 3rd. And Mrs. Arroyo was going to send some more comments in. And then I believe the next step is that it will get distributed to the board members to take a look at.
Yes.
The board goals, we had a brief conversation about the board goals. We gave a little bit of clarification to Dr. Malash on some of our questions. We did not get to discuss committee meeting structures, but we will discuss that at an upcoming time. There were 3 policy review discussions that were on the agenda. Eligibility of resident, non-resident students, which is policy 5111, policy 5111.2, which was about open enrollment, and policy 8469 school security program. So we touched on eligibility and open enrollment and had some conversations about how it's structured currently. Does the board need to have a conversation about that structure? As somebody mentioned earlier, do we need to look at, for lack of a better word, redistricting? Do we have 3 middle schools that are based on residency? So we have not really dived in, but it is a conversation that we would like to pursue just to see where people are. And we had invited Mr. Saporito to attend to have a conversation about the school security program, the campus police officers. Unfortunately, due to time, we didn't really get to speak too much to that. And Mr. Saporito, I believe, is invited to come back next meeting in October. Yes. And we did ask him, he and Dr. Malash, we had some conversations about how armed officers may make certain students feel, do they make students feel safe? In some cases, do they make students feel not safe? And while the board had decided to put the officers into the schools, it happened in the middle of an event. So is it a good discussion to have to just revisit this conversation? So we will report back next month with more information from Mr. Saporito. Then we have 2 resolutions that will be voted on in tonight's agenda, I believe. One is for the Weeks of Respect, which would be October 5th, and the other is School Violence Awareness, which is October 19th. Let's see, Dr. Malash, we also have the second reading of the P1648 Restart and Recovery Plan. We are in second reading tonight, I believe. And then we had the first reading of the Remote Learning Options for Families. So these are related to the COVID-19 and the return to learn process from the Department of Education. One other thing that we did talk about briefly was, and I don't have the policy number, but the I had personally raised it a few meetings ago, the student hunger legislation that was passed. Dr. Malash shared that Mr. Green reviewed the legislation and he found that we are in compliance with the law. But the question for the board is, does our current policy where students may not be able to attend prom or trips and so forth, does that kind of go against the intent of the legislation? Do we want to remove that line from the policy? I think it's something to take into account with our earlier presentation from cultural proficiency and the equity issues that may be faced, where some students it may be an equity issue for not paying a balance. And I think that's it for my notes. Other members?
Thank you, Ms. Friedel. So Mrs. Arroyo, Mr. Goodwin, or Mr. Avadia, do you have anything to add?
I have a couple of items that I would like to add. First, as Mrs. Friedel indicated, we didn't have a chance to really get into the discussion around the security and armed security officers. But I did want to just say that is an important discussion I believe we should have as a committee as well as a board, because there are definitely some negative consequences, unintended negative consequences with us approving to have the armed security guards. And I just want us to have that discussion and really make sure that we evaluate where things are at right now and really make a decision on how we want to move forward. And I think that's really important, especially now that we've had a couple of years with having the, I think it's been a couple of years with the armed security guards. The other question I have, and I'm hoping this is the right place, I know we kind of talked about the return to learn plan. And one of the questions I did want to throw out for consideration for administration, and this is just based on what I'm seeing with the high schoolers now starting at 9:30. I know from my personal situation, it seems like that's a great time for my son. I'm just wondering, as we go to even the hybrid plan, can we, since it's only going to be 4 hours of but the kids are going to only be in class for 4 hours. I mean, can we consider the high schoolers starting later and maybe the elementary and the middle schoolers starting earlier, kind of have a reverse plan. I know this is, especially since it's only going to be 4 hours, 2 days a week. I'm just wondering if we might want to just look at that, because it seems like that schedule really works well, at least from my limited view. I'm not sure what other people's experiences are, but I just wanted to at least have that conversation and thought around that. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Goodwin. Mrs. Arroyo?
I second what Eric just said about the armed officers, just because earlier you heard from some of the students as well on what they were feeling about it. So again, bringing it all back into even incorporating how equitable this actually is in terms of the anti-racist policy and unintended biases that might happen, or unconscious bias, I should say. And then and that's actually interesting, Eric, the high schooler starting later. I didn't even, I mean, I have little ones, so I don't know. I think if you can bring up that conversation, maybe it's worth kind of looking into to see if that would benefit a lot of the community.
Thank you, Mr. Arroyo. And Mr. Avadia, anything additional from P&L?
Yeah, so just on the three things on the table, I think, you know, Dr. Melange was very clear that the hunger piece is very steeped in board policy in Cherry Hill. It really is in our purview to revisit it, although not legally required. Number two, you know, I mean, AMA and a bunch of others are pretty clear about later start times. What usually trips up the conversation is the transportation piece, but someday that transportation piece will come back. And number three, I think just in deference to Mr. Saporito, there was definitely, we ran out of time for him, and I feel like let's talk about that in P&L. But I think as Mr. Goodwin's saying, that's going to come to the full board. But I did feel a little bad that he kind of sat through an hour session prepared to talk. We just didn't have the time for it. So anyway, great report out, great comments. Thank you.
Can I, before you go to the rest of the board members, I'm just curious, you know, on the agendas, there's still public comment on the committee member meetings. I would want to know, can we get comments, particularly from students, when we do have this conversation about the armed officers, since they're, you know, maybe even staff that are in the schools? You know, as we're having this conversation, I think that's good data.
So let's talk about, are you looking for us to solicit comments from staff and students about how do they feel about campus police?
Well, I guess my question is there an opportunity for public comment in the committee meetings, even though they are not, you know, they're not open? And if so, is that the place where if students, staff, whomever wanted to send in their thoughts, that they could do that?
I'll defer to Mr. Green about the public comment piece when we are meeting remotely, and that there is no public that's at the committee meetings because we are meeting remotely. I don't have an answer for that. Mr. Green may.
Well, it's purely discretionary in terms of, you're talking about comments at the committee meetings themselves, or?
Yeah, so on the agendas, it still says public comment.
Yeah.
On the agenda.
I mean, if it's a committee meeting and you don't have a quorum, if it's not an actual board meeting, then you are not required to have public input or public comment. You can. I mean, there's nothing that says you can't, but it's not required by law.
So it sounds like we should add that to our discussion when we talk about our committee structure in a week and a half or so, right?
Sure.
About
Yep.
how we want
Exactly. That would be appropriate.
Oh, can I, and I'm sorry, my head. I just wanted to share too that the committee members were provided with some information from a community member that was sent in regarding funding, I believe is what it was really about, the different legislation related to funding. It was sent through email to the committee.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Friedel.
Thanks.
Okay, I'll open up to the rest of the board. I just wanted to jump in and say, Eric, you saved me an email because I was going to email Ms. Friedel and Dr. Malash as P&L chair to ask if there was an opportunity to explore and get feedback from how the later start time for our high schoolers is working during this pandemic. It's a unique opportunity to see how that's really working. We talked about the pros and cons of it in the past, but now we have a unique opportunity to actually see how it's working. I have a high schooler and I'm having a similar experience to you, Eric, in that it's been a real positive for my high schoolers. So I just thought, what can we learn from this short-term, hopefully short-term situation that we're in due to COVID. So that was my only comment, and I'll ask Mrs. Schultz if she had anything to add. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. So can I just say, just because the conversation about start time that's a brand new conversation tonight.
Yep.
Just a reminder, if we are going to have that conversation, that the structure of the fully remote schedule at the high school also includes a 2 hours less during the day.
Yes.
So there's a piece of, when we look at the whole picture, right, we're starting at 9:30, but it's still over by 2:30.
Yep, absolutely. Okay. And that, again, my only comment was, hey, what can we learn from this situation? Because we've had the conversation over the past couple of years and never really have any opportunities to really have any true data as a result of it. So that was my only comment. So I'm sorry, Ms. Schultz.
No. Just a comment about the security officers and kind of that conversation moving forward. I would be interested to see if we have any feedback from the security committee and if they had any thoughts or perspective one way or the other on how that fit into our overall, I guess, vision for the district. I know that committee was comprised of community members. There were just a lot of people on that had given some feedback. I think it's going to be an interesting discussion. One of the things I think that I'm having a little bit of pause with is how we're going to balance. I know that discussion was, we brought the officers in based on a huge amount of support from the community. And so now if we pull that out and we're not moving forward with vestibules at our schools, like what is our security plan then? If we're pulling out officers and we're not building vestibules, and I'm not saying vestibules are the end all be all and security officers are the end all be all, but I would like to have an understanding, because I think that the security is just, it's such a broad conversation. So this is just one piece to how that all fits in. So I would love to see if we could get that feedback from that committee and kind of their recommendations. But I think it's a good conversation to have based on the changing environment. But those are just my comments or thoughts, but I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. And that committee did say that they were open for us to pull them for future information. So we certainly have an opportunity to do that after the P&L committee is ready to bring bring the discussion to the full board.
I don't even know, or if there's I don't know if it's even an option, but maybe to invite the 2 community members that were on that committee to P&L. I don't know if that's possible. I don't know if I'm speaking out of turn with suggestions, but just a thought, because I do know we had some really good suggestions and things that came from that committee. So that's really it.
Can I add something?
Sure, Mr. Ryan.
We just have to be mindful that these conversations change when you're part of a different part of the community. So we have to look at things through the lens of race disparity and those that are more highly from any type of interaction with law enforcement at a higher rate. So why I believe, Eric, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that the concern is that historically, law enforcement interactions have impacted negatively more of our Black and Brown youth population. So just be mindful that if you're bringing in the community, which I respect completely, is all about life right now, that you're bringing in members of the community that are part of these populations as well, that are highly impacted by interactions with the school police or security program.
Oh, certainly. I just think we're saying the same thing, Rosie. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm just saying, I think we should have, that committee did a lot of work, and that committee, to my understanding, was a pretty diverse committee that represents that. So I think we're saying the same thing. I'm saying, I just think they have some knowledge of understanding that represents the broader view. But yeah, I would agree with that. I think I'm just trying to say we've kind of done the work pretty recent, and it's a thoughtful conversation that we need to be had for sure. I think that it's just my pause, if you will, is like, what then does our overall security, and if we're moving forward with that, safety and security is our number one goal as a school district. I think we need to be mindful of that across all of our 11,000 students, encompassing every single student, I guess is my thought. But I think we are on the same page. And making sure that every student is represented, because it's going to be a good conversation.
Okay. Thank you. Mrs. Matlack.
Thank you. I don't have any additional questions. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Mrs. Tong.
Oh, I don't have any. I think everybody got all covered here.
Okay. And Mrs. Neary.
Yes, thank you. So I think as we're talking about the armed guards, which I'd like to know, honestly, what is the next step for us? We keep talking about and having the broader conversation, but what's the next step to have that conversation so we come to some sort of decision as to what our next steps are there? Because when we talk about safety and security, that's actually a much bigger conversation than just vestibules and this. I mean, ventilation is safety. There's safety in not getting sick. So it's a big conversation, but with regard to the armed guard piece, I just want us to get there and have that conversation. So I want to put some guardrails around it. Like, are we going to do it at the next meeting? Is it the next P&L meeting? Because it's an important one that we've kind of been talking about getting to for some time, and I don't want to delay it any further. Because it is important to the community. It's important to the community members of color, and it's important to our special needs community that also have a very different view on what their interactions with law enforcement are, that I don't want to lose sight of at all, and I think has been a concern since inception of the program. So I just want to understand what those guardrails are so we can get to have that broad conversation and move it forward. For the lunch policy, I know much the same as my comment before on the armed guards, but when do we have that broader conversation? What's the forum? So is it just to take a vote that we amend to pull that item? Is it we talk on it further? Because while yes, it's compliant with the law, that doesn't mean we want to leave that language there. So I just want to know what the guardrails are to actually get to those conversations so that we can make some decisions as a board as to where we want to go and where we want to be. Thanks.
So my understanding from what I heard, and Ms. Friedel can, as chair, P&L can correct me if I'm wrong. So it sounds like we're going to give administration and specifically Mr. Saporito the opportunity to have the conversation that was supposed to happen this month that didn't. So I think any conversation until that happens would then be premature. So it's my understanding that that is going to happen hopefully in October. And then based on that, I guess the committee could recommend the discussion for the full board. And then in terms of the lunch policy, if that has started to be discussed in committee, I don't think we've heard yet what administration's recommendation is. And so that may be up for further discussion in the October P&L meeting as well. And then with a potential recommendation coming to the full board. So do I have sort of that process outlined correctly?
I would agree with Seidel. So the discussion, I mean, they really need to continue at P&L right now. There needs to be authentic discussion. And I think if you talk about the care of school property policy, which is the one that you're referring to, if students are more than $75 in arrears, with owing money, what may take place. That's a policy that was revised and adopted by the Board of Education last October. So it's actually existed less than a year in Cherry Hill, but that needs to be discussed. Recommendation needs to come through with that. The school security and talking about the campus police force, and remember they are campus police, they're police officers, they're sworn officers that are in the district. That is I believe that's a deeper discussion. Mr. Saporito, as the Director of Security, needs to have an opportunity to talk about the program that exists. I think there's a historical component that exists. The discussion about campus police has gone on since the forming of the department back in the mid-1980s, because that's how long it has been around. The discussion about arming campus police officers was going on formally with the Board of Education for 2 years prior to the determination being made in March of 2018. We had the Chief of Police was here on a couple of different occasions to speak formally with the board. So I think that if we're going to truly talk about it, then I think we need to have that discussion and involve those different people who have been involved in what's gone on. While the decision came quickly, or it seemed to come quickly in the spring of 2018, it came quickly on the heels of a department that had been around for nearly 35 years. Again, like I say, that there was a formal discussion about changing the equipment that each of the officers was issued. And then beyond just what are the bigger scopes, that I think we need to talk about what's the reality going on in our world, what's the reality going on at Cherry Hill, what's the reality going on in our school district, and then what is our responsibility. Remember, as a school district, we're here to educate children. That's our role, that's our primary mission, and to do it in an environment that is safe for everybody who's here. So I think we need to have those discussions. But I would expect that those would go on in P&L. I don't think that that's going to be a 40-minute discussion and then a recommendation. At least I would not expect that it would be a 40-minute discussion, at a P&L committee meeting, or even an hour discussion at a P&L committee meeting, with then a recommendation to make change, to come to the board. I think that's going to take some time if we're truly going to give due, to the level of discussion that needs to take place.
Okay. Thank you. All right, and so last but certainly not least, Mr. Avadia, can you share strategic planning committee meeting notes with us, please?
Yes, I can, Mrs. Seidel. Thank you so much for this opportunity for the first time to introduce some strategic planning, which is great. It's been great working with you as well. But now it's a new team in town. So we met on September 8th at 8 p.m. It wasn't quite as late as it is now, but it was close. We talked for a bit about board goals, and Carol sort of kicked off part of our discussion. Some really good stuff that I think was good to kind of delve into. I don't know how much I should go into. I mean, essentially, we talked about the work of the board. We talked about goal levels and interrelation between those levels, defining measurable success, consistency, action steps versus what could be evaluated. We did, like BNF, kick out in-person return to tonight's meeting to kind of poll the group, so we didn't spend too much time on that. What we spent the majority of our time was really level setting, sort of that big picture plan that I think many of us have in our minds, at least in parts and pieces. We talked about timing a potential referendum and how that timing and that decision, as identified by the ad hoc committee, would really start to be an important framework and define some of the steps leading up to it. But in one sense, until we onboard, with that in mind, we're working without a defined timeline. We talked about options for funding. We did bring up the idea of parallel paths. There was a concern that we not have too many parallel paths. So we really talked primarily about two, looking at a vision ahead without a bond and looking at a vision ahead with a bond. In both cases, looking at things like alternative funding and various mechanisms. We talked about bringing experts around the table to help us really craft this big picture plan. Of course, Garrison was mentioned, Bond Council, and probably half a dozen more that could be threaded in. We also talked about threading in the community in terms of thought exchange and getting some really good data in terms of the community's vision for its schools and how we translate that at a board level into our ongoing vision. And there was talk about, how do we circle back? We just talked about it, but we talked that night as well about circling back with some of our committees and making sure that people felt that their work had been worthwhile and heard, but that things not continue to exist as this plan, that plan, this committee's recommendations, that we somehow adopt it as a full board and it become really a board plan. So it's not ad hoc is making recommendations to our board. The board adopts it. At that point, it's the board's work. And so really trying to do some circling back while navigating forward. We looked at a sample of Garrison's kind of presentation of what a school list of projects in its entirety and almost like an Excel format where it was summative and broken out would look like, which to the committee I think looked really good. Mrs. Sugars can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that it's similar in formatting to the Maple Shade work that had been done several years ago that had been mentioned around. But anyway, it was certainly a good place to start. I think the comments that we had were around, bucketing those projects into, let's say, health and safety, security, or buckets like that in terms of priority and in terms of urgency. So that as we're looking at a given school or a given set of issues, we know where attention needs to be put, in terms of the full plan. And there was a good note that we really do need to give Garrison some time to get their full plan together. So until their kind of first pass presentation in October, not to get too much into the weeds and to give them the right space to work. We did have a fairly good discussion, at least, about board work and how that gets divided up. Having come from P&L earlier in the evening, I did note that we talked about districting there. But one of our members cautioned me that I couldn't run away from that conversation if that's what I was looking to do. And my point became, look, I'm not trying to run away from anything. I just don't want to talk about something twice the same night because it's a great discussion to be had once. A similar thing existed when we talked about strategic vision goals and kind of the interrelation between C&I and strategic planning and that. And so what we sort of decided is that admin really needs to hold our hand in terms of where some of these important big rock items go, and so that work can really be done thoroughly and well, and then brought to the full board. Obviously, strategic planning is not we can't do anything. We can just discuss and bring forward. So anyway, so that was really good. We thought maybe some of those things would come into the board retreat that we have planned, and that we would otherwise get thoughts of the board. Other than that, we talked about really developing a very robust full year plan in terms of what we discuss, that Ms. Sugars and I would kind of populate those meetings till we get to June and through June, so that we could have all the big discussions that we sometimes leave off with, like, we really need to talk about X, we really need to talk about Y, so that we just put everything into this year. And I suspect as we do that, we're going to find that the calendar year is going to be important too. There are some discussions that if we're going to have them, we've got to have them in the next 3 to 4 months. And so anyway, that came up. And then we talked a little bit about first day of school, a record number of meals given out, and just some first impressions from the admin team that was really nice to get back to a student focus after we talked about all these other things. And so it was a full and lively night. Any other committee members want to add anything?
Thank you so much, Ben. Mrs. Tong? Mrs. Neary?
No, I think Ben did a great job summing up what was reviewed in the committee that night and kind of what needs to come to the board for broader discussion. Thanks, Ben.
Mrs. Matlack?
No, I don't have anything to add. That was a good summary, Ben. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Schultz?
I have nothing, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Friedel?
Nothing, thank you.
Mr. Goodwin?
Great summary, Ben. I don't have any questions.
And Mrs. Arroyo.
Thanks for your excitement, Ben. So late. But no, I don't have any questions.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. There were some great committee reports and discussions tonight. And guess what? We're halfway through our meeting officially. So we are at the point for our first public comment. This is for agenda items that the board will be acting on this evening. Second public comment is for any other topic. So when submitting your public comment via email for the first public comment period, please indicate in the email subject line the agenda item number. When submitting your public comment via email for the second public comment period, please indicate in the email subject line second public comment item. And as I've mentioned for the past several months, you can email your public comments to lshugars@chclc.org. And now I'll turn it over to Mrs. Sugars to read our first public comment
notes. Okay, great. So we have several this evening. We did put some more parameters around when you submit your public comments. Make sure we get it into the right public comment period. If you didn't, heed that new advice, I'm doing my best to try to get your public comment into the correct category. So if I get it in the wrong category, I apologize. Also, please note this is a public comment period. It is not a public question and answer period. You may not get answers to your questions this evening. Also, if I do not pronounce your name correctly, I apologize in advance. So our first public comment is from Mindy Rosen, 6 Fairhaven Court. Please tell me what the ERI bills and invoices are for. I thought we completed payment to ERI when we received the report accessibility. The second bill says East Tennis Courts. Why? What was the professional service for, and what is the B/O purchase? The next comment is from Rebecca and Jack Seminoff, 103 Highgate Lane. This is, and pertains to agenda item 22. The virtual learning format that Cherry has implemented is developmentally detrimental for elementary students and a gross misuse of hard-earned tax dollars. Allow elementary age children back to school immediately so they can receive the free and appropriate public education to which they are constitutionally entitled. This is a public comment submitted by Diane Fetter. As a Stockton parent, I am grateful to have a principal who has proven with his words and actions that he is an advocate for Stockton families. Time you spent answering the Stockton community's questions and changes you've implemented to address our concerns are deeply appreciated. I want you and the Stockton staff to know that I support you as well and feel that the best results will be achieved when we work together. With that in mind, I have collaborated on a tiered proposal that I feel will improve the learning experience for not only Stockton families, but for families throughout the district. Tier 1 improvements be made to the virtual learning format as soon as possible. Tier 2, Stockton's youngest and most vulnerable learners return to school for in-person instruction before November. Tier 3, older grades subsequently return to in-person instruction based on clear data-informed metrics. Tier 1 suggestions: number 1, make scheduling consistent across grade levels. Implement a blocked period schedule similar to middle school and high schools. Align lunch and breaks across grade levels. Number 2, make encores asynchronous. If this is not possible, eliminate Encore until in-person learning can resume and utilize Encore teachers as additional class support for small group instruction, enrichment, or remediation. Number 3, return to asynchronous, flexible, and synchronous. A live instruction screen time should be drastically reduced. Number 4, expectations for digital literacy should be realistic. Handwriting should be emphasized and encouraged. Teachers should be given opportunities to receive professional development on best practices for virtual instruction. Appropriate accommodations should be made for younger and special ed learners. Number 5, schedule assignments, instructions, links, and necessary materials should be posted in advance. I'm not requesting lesson plans, only for important information to be posted at least the night before a lesson so that parents can prepare. In addition to these improvements being made as soon as possible, I'm requesting parent representation on a planning committee addressing these concerns. I know that the decisions made today will impact our students long after the pandemic is over. Let's come together to discuss fair, thoughtful solutions to the struggles we are facing. I invite and encourage you to share these ideas with the Board of Education. Karen Zayak, 115 McCourt. The virtual learning format that Cherry Hill has implemented is developmentally detrimental for elementary students and a gross misuse of hard-earned tax dollars. Allow elementary-aged children back to school immediately so they can receive the free and appropriate public education to which they are constitutionally entitled. Sarah Barone. Virtual learning format that Cherry Hill has implemented is developmentally detrimental for elementary students and a gross misuse of hard-earned taxpayer dollars. Allow elementary-aged children back to school immediately so they can receive the free and appropriate public education to which they are constitutionally entitled. Jennifer Lawton, 121 Weston Drive. Bring elementary students back to school for in-person learning as soon as possible at the latest September 29th, 2020. With all the technology trouble the teachers are having so far with remote learning, teachers constantly losing connection, unmuted microphones causing disruptions, distorted and fuzzy images. To the emotional toll this is having on my child and family, it is clear the virtual learning format that Cherry Hill has implemented is developmentally detrimental for elementary students and a gross misuse of hard-earned taxpayer dollars. As a parent of a first grader at Stockton Elementary, I plead with you to allow elementary-aged children back to school immediately so that they can receive the free and appropriate public education to which they are constitutionally entitled. Reevaluate and restructure the hybrid model plan so that teachers are not responsible for teaching in person and remote learners simultaneously. I request to reevaluate the initial plan for the hybrid model prior to our return to in-person instructions. From what I witnessed this first week, with my first grader, I think it is unrealistic, if not nearly impossible, to expect the teachers to teach both in-person and remote students at the same time, especially with a Chromebook and especially for elementary kids. It would be nearly impossible for the teachers to keep the in-person and remote kids engaged. It is unfair to expect that the students or the teachers. We need to consider alternative solutions such as dedicating a separate teaching staff for remote learning days. Teachers that would prefer or don't feel safe to return to the building, allow them to teach remotely from home. The remote teacher can teach remote students and the in-person teacher can focus their in-person students instead of worrying about technology issues and trying to engage remote students at the same time. Another plausible solution is to bring students back in for in-person learning, 5 half days with the students divided into AM and afternoon cohorts. I know of another district in southern New Jersey, Mantua Township School District, that are back 5 half days in person and the classes are divided by AM and afternoon sessions, which means the in-person AM cohort is in the class in the morning and finishes the day at home with online learning and vice versa. The afternoon cohort does online learning in the morning and is in the classroom in the afternoon. So the teacher is in class all day with 2 different in-person class sessions. Provide better technology to the teachers to teach remotely. Chromebooks are limiting and the camera is subpar and distorts images or makes the screen grainy, fuzzy, and dark regardless of how much light is in the room, which is not good on the students' or teachers' eyes. The Chromebooks also limit the teacher's ability to present certain material, and when the teachers try to present on their smart boards, it causes the teacher to lose connection. The teachers should have better technology to work with, such as webcams in the classroom or laptops with better cameras to work with. For example, when my daughter's first grade teacher is trying to read a book, she tries to hold the book up to the screen, but the images are distorted and fuzzy, making it difficult to see. It's very frustrating for the students. Working from a laptop also requires that the teacher be tethered to a screen and limits the teacher's ability to freely walk around the schoolroom during time up. Okay. Time up. Carolina Bavad, 1213 Cropwell Road. I have a very unique perspective on virtual learning. I am a certified teacher, a parent of 2 elementary schoolers, and the leader of a multi-grade pod. As all 3 of these things, I can tell you unequivocally, virtual learning for elementary schoolers is ineffective. This week I've watched children cry, whine, complain, and sleep in front of a computer during virtual school. And I've seen those same exact children light up, participate, and focus when I lead them in a lesson. The cold, impersonal method of virtual instruction caused my own first grade son, who is naturally curious and eager to learn, to be completely detached and unmotivated. There are so many things wrong with virtual learning as it's been implemented at the elementary level, but let me name a few. Teachers are unable to easily assess student understanding. Students are completing daily tasks without appropriate support. Blocks of live instruction are far too long to maintain students' attention. Social and emotional development is being stunted. Handwriting is being foregone for typing. Teachers can't hear the anguish their students are experiencing because all of their students are on mute. Families are struggling to juggle multiple different schedules because schools refuse to modify the encore schedule. Digital literacy expectations are unrealistic, putting an undue burden on parents of young learners or special ed. Virtual school is agonizingly boring. Virtual learning is a disgrace to elementary education. Anyone who thinks it can replace in-person learning is delusional. Some parents may not be complaining because, as opposed to the spring, they are able to work. They are under false impression that their children are learning. They don't know what I know. Their children are miserably slogging through work alone and often confused day after day. Therefore, I'm calling for Cherry Hill 2 at a minimum, return elementary schoolers to their school for full-time instruction immediately. If, due to a shutdown, Cherry Hill students are further subjected to the abomination of virtual school, I propose the following improvements be made. Make scheduling consistent across the elementary schools. District elementary schools should have a blocked period schedule similar to middle and high schools. Lunch and break should align across schools and grade levels. Make encore asynchronous. If this is not possible, eliminate encore until in-person learning can resume and utilize encore teachers as additional class support for small group instruction, enrichment, or remediation. Encore is not a requirement in K-8 classrooms. Return to asynchronous, flexible, and synchronous live instruction. Screen time should be drastically reduced. Expectations for digital literacy should be realistic. Handwriting should be emphasized and encouraged. Teachers should be given opportunities to receive professional development on best practices for virtual instruction. Appropriate accommodations should be made for younger and special ed learners. Lesson plans, assignments, instructions, links, and necessary materials need to be shared. 3 minutes are up. Okay. This is Gina Winters. We are concerned parents of students at A. Russell Knight Elementary School seeking changes to the remote learning schedule in the elementary schools. During the first week of our school, our children were required to sit in front of a computer screen in a full class live meeting for nearly 6 hours per day. This much screen time is not developmentally appropriate or effective for our children. It is also not necessary under an all remote model. The plans for remote learning that were presented to the Board of Education in August and September included no more than 4 hours a day of live synchronous instruction, even for families who chose the full remote option in the hybrid plan. Also, as stated in the board approved plan, the balance of screen time should be established by teachers and vary depending on what is developmentally appropriate for each grade level. For younger elementary students, less live instruction with more off-screen time for age-appropriate play and development of fine motor skills might be optimal. All elementary students would benefit from off-screen learning opportunities that incorporate activities using physical books, independent writing, and use of manipulatives. A key component of all this is that we believe our teachers, who have done an excellent job in a constantly changing environment, should be given technology training they have asked for and deserve. We are also concerned that the current remote learning format increases feelings of isolation and alienates children from their peers, teachers, and members of their own household. Reducing the number of required on-screen hours would allow children more time to seek social interaction with and support from other members of their household or learning environment during the school day. Teachers should also be given training in trauma-informed pedagogy to help our students navigate their emotional needs and to focus on the impact of trauma on learning. We have asked the community for their consideration on these issues and are submitting to you under separate cover the signatures of elementary parents from across the district who agree with our concerns. We are also submitting quotes collected from parents and the students themselves, so you can see the tremendous strain that an excessive amount of screen time is having on our families. We are appreciative of our teachers who put forth an incredible amount of effort in an uncertain, ever-changing environment, and we love our school. We are especially thankful for the leadership and responsiveness of our principal, Mr. Park, on these issues. We hope that you will take our experiences into consideration as we navigate through the next few months of virtual learning, and that you will allow our teachers to restore the age-appropriate balance and methods in instruction that our children need to continue to be successful learners. In connection with agenda item 22.2, the Restart and Recovery Plan, we submit that the board should not approve the plan to move forward in its current form and instead revise the elementary schedule as set forth in pages 72 through 74 in accordance with your proposal, with our proposals. Renee Robinson. I am a mother of 3 in the Barkley Farm community, 1275 Charleston Road. I'm one of the authors of the ARC parent letter requesting modification to the virtual schedule shared with Mr. Park, Dr. Malash, Dr. Mahan, and the board today. I write to you today with one share and one ask. I want to begin by sharing with everyone present tonight my endless gratefulness for how incredibly receptive the teachers and principal at ARK have been in gathering and reacting to parent feedback after the first week. Before we even submitted our formal request for a reduction in screen time, teachers were already starting to shift the balance of synchronous and asynchronous work. My first grader has been fairly miserable about having to be on the computer. His learning style is physical, social, and interpersonal. Every day has been a battle to get him out the door. He groups with the other first graders in another house for virtual learning as my third grader groups at our house. When asked why he was so unhappy, his reply was that he had to sit in front of the computer too long. And in his words, he hates school. Today, however, was the first day of the new first grade schedule, which drastically reduces screen time and the amount of students being bounced in the virtual environment in one session. I am elated to share with you that today, unprompted upon pickup, he said, "Today was so much better. The computer part was much shorter. It was a good day." And he was smiling. I am so grateful to my ARK community for everything they've done to bring about this amazing improvement in just a few days. In reviewing this new schedule, I know this is a huge lift for teachers. While the students' live day has gotten lighter, the teachers' day has actually become more aggressive. The time management and organization needed by teachers to pull this off is huge and I'm sure exhausting. So let me repeat again, thank you teachers, thank you administrators, thank you staff a million times over for all you do for our kids, for putting our kids first. I know it doesn't always feel that way, but you are so appreciated. Lastly, my ask to the Board of Education, Dr. Mahan and Dr. Malash, once you get a moment to review the formal letter presented by the ARK parents and dig into the supportive evidence we've supplied, it won't be difficult to see that a struggle at home is being felt hardest by our youngest population, our K-2s. I end my letter today asking you to consider a tiered return to hybrid with the youngest population, our K-2s, and our special education population going first, preferably by early October. A tiered return will also allow buildings to ease into the hybrid schedule with less pupils in the building. I know my ask is huge. This is no easy feat, and there are multiple variables that come into play. It may not be possible. My request is simply that the tiered approach be explored and considered before the Restart and Recovery Plan is approved with all students returning November 9th. Jen Nadio, 224 North Madison Avenue, Cherry Hill Special Education PTA is a proud member of the Cultural Proficiency Group. We agree that we need to hear from the students like we did tonight of East and West and their perspective. However, the Malberg Alternative High School student representatives still have not shared their accomplishments with the Cherry Hill BOE, and we believe their experiences should also be heard. Please let us know when this will occur so we can support them. End of public comment number 1.
Okay, thank you. That moves us into our special action agenda, and we will start with C&I. The Superintendent recommends, and I move the following. Item 1, approval of attendance at conference and workshops for the 2020-2021 school year. Number 2, approval of out-of-district student placement for the 2020-2021 school year. Item 3, approval of professional service agreements for the 2020-2021 school year. And item 4, approval of agreements for the 2020-2021 school year. Mrs. Matlock, can I have a second?
Yes, I second that.
Thank you. I'll go around the room to see if there's any questions. I'll start with Mrs. Arroyo.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Friedel?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Schultz?
No questions, thank you.
Okay. Mrs. Neary?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Ovadia?
No questions, thanks.
Thank you. Mrs. Tong?
No questions, Lisa. Thank you.
Mrs. Matlock?
No questions, thank you.
And Mr. Goodwin?
No questions, thank you.
Okay. So Ms. Sugars?
Okay, we're going to open up the online voting. Remember, you should be able to cast your votes. Okay, we have a unanimous vote.
Okay. Next, we'll move into business and facilities. The superintendent recommends, and I move the following. Item 1, approval of bill list. Item 2, resolutions. Item 3, resolution authorizing professional service agreement with Environmental Resources, Inc. Item 4, resolution for the award of contract renewals. Item 5, resolution for the award of transportation. And Mrs. Schultz, can I have a second?
I second.
Thank you. And we'll start with Mrs. Neary. Any questions?
Yeah, is it possible that Dr. Malash could explain a little bit further what ERI is going to be continuing to do for us and what that expense is?
Yes, I'm actually going to ask Mrs. Sugars to go through
Okay, great.
give a little background.
Sure, we had, as you know, we had contracted with ERI to do the accessibility studies. That work has been completed at this point, and now we're moving into the phase of evaluating the priority list, developing specs for projects as we move forward. They're also helping us. We're having an issue with our tennis courts at East. We had some damage done over the winter that needs to be repaired. That's an insurance claim issue. So they're assisting us with that process. Also, ERI did a lot of the prep work for the original bond referendum that we did in 2018. And so we're hoping to tap into some of that knowledge as we prepare for the next bond referendum. So I believe they'll be, an integral part of putting that plan together as well.
Thank you. Mr. Ovadia?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Tong?
No questions, Lisa. Thank you.
Mrs. Matlack?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Goodwin?
No questions, thank you.
Great. Mrs. Arroyo?
No, Lori, and that's mine, thank you.
Okay. And Ms. Friedel?
The resolution for the award of transportation, is that for out-of-district placements? What are those awards related to?
Hold on 1 second, let me go back.
14.5.
Bridge Academy?
Yes.
Orchard Friends?
Yeah, so these are actually jointures. These are actually routes that we are coordinating with other school districts. So in the last column where it says cost receivable, that's actually funds that will be paid to us because we are sharing the routes with some other districts. You can see in the second column it says joiner district.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so Ms. Sugars.
Let me get back to where I was. And let me open up the voting. Okay, board members, you can cast your votes.
Mrs. Sugars, I need to abstain to Henry Shine on the bill list, please.
Okay.
All right, and it appears we have a unanimous vote, and I will mark your abstention.
Thank you. Okay, next we'll move into our HR agenda. The superintendent recommends and I move the following. Item 1, termination of employment certificated. Item 2, termination of employment non-certificated. Item 3, appointments certificated. Item 4, appointments non-certificated. Item 5, assignment salary change non-certificated. Item 6, other compensation certificated. Item 7, other compensation non-certificated. Item 8, affiliation agreements. Mrs. Schultz, can I have a second?
Yes, I second.
Thank you. And I'll start with Mrs. Tong. Any questions?
No, Lisa, thank you.
Okay. Mrs. Matlack?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Goodwin?
No questions, thank you.
Okay. Mrs. Arroyo?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Friedel?
I do have one question. In the appointment certificated, it says that there is a teacher being hired as a replacement teacher from 9/1 to 10/31, and then she will be a long-term sub from 11/1 to 6/30, and it's regarding a retirement of a teacher. So I'm just wondering, why is she coming in as a long-term sub? Are we not posting to hire a permanent teacher?
I'm looking to see if anybody has the answer to that. If not, we'll have to follow up with you.
I can respond to that. Typically, if somebody retires at the end of the year, this teacher went out on a leave and then is retiring mid-year, we fill the position as a long-term sub so we can hold it for the tenured staff during the teacher transfer period that happens in the spring of each year.
Okay, so the position would then be posted for the next school year?
It would be. The teacher will stay in the position for a year. She starts as a replacement teacher because the teacher was on leave.
Right.
And then she transitions to a long-term sub because it's a vacancy. And then we hold it. And then for the teacher transfer period, we will post it at that point because our tenured staff get one opportunity a year to transfer.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Mrs. Neary?
No questions, thank you.
And Mr. Abadia?
No questions, thanks.
Okay, so Mrs. Sugars?
All right, so we will open up our online voting. Board members, you can cast your votes. Okay, it's unanimous vote.
Okay, we have one handout item for P&L. So the superintendent recommends and I move the following. Item 1, settlement agreement. And Mrs. Friedel, can I have a second, please?
I second.
Thank you. And do you want me to read it? Okay, I'm sorry, I'm going to read it. Resolved that the Cherry Hill Board of Education approves the final judgment by consent in the litigation filed in Superior Court of New Jersey, Law Division, Camden County, under docket number CAM L44618, and authorizes its president and secretary to execute same on behalf of the board. Okay, so I'll just quickly go around the room. Mrs. Schultz?
No questions, thank you.
Okay. Mrs. Neary,
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Avadia,
No questions, thanks.
Mrs. Tom,
No questions, Lisa. Thank you.
Mrs. Matlock,
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Goodwin,
No questions, thank you.
okay, Mrs. Arroyo.
No questions, thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Sugars.
Did I miss the handout? I'm sorry.
The handout is from the discussion.
Yeah,
So I'm
That's-
abstaining.
Yeah,
I'm
you need to
abstaining.
abstain from that, Ms. Friedel.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Ready for roll call?
Yes.
Okay. Mrs. Arroyo?
No question.
No, we have to do this vote verbally because it wasn't on the original agenda.
Okay, yes. I'm like, wait, no, I already,
Ms. Friedel?
I abstain.
Mr. Goodwin?
Yes.
Mrs. Matlack?
Yes.
Mrs. Neary?
Yes.
Mr. Avadia?
Yes.
Mrs. Schultz?
Yes.
Mrs. Tong?
Yes.
Mrs. Seidel?
Yes. Okay, we don't have any items to cover for strategic planning, but we were going to have a discussion around our return to in-person board meetings. And just to sort of set the stage for the conversation, we previously had a discussion that we would return to in-person board meetings for September. In the meantime, we've had folks that have felt comfortable coming in to meetings at Malberg. But now that we're in September, we've had a few people that wanted to have a discussion about potentially pushing the in-person board meetings out further. So wanted to get a sense of where the board is. I'll start with my 2 cents. I am definitely anxious to get the board back together for our in-person meetings. I believe we have a good plan for social distancing. We've been utilizing it this whole time during the pandemic, and it's worked well. I have expressed I have some concerns with the online format. I don't feel like it necessarily lends to great dialogue and discussion at all times. So I'm definitely in favor of returning to in-person board meetings. And I will turn it over to Mrs. Neary to see her thoughts.
Thank you. I don't think I've moved much since the summer, but I do recognize and understand that there are folks who are comfortable returning to being in person. I respect that if they want to be there. I do think, I mean, I don't know, Paul, what other districts are doing at this stage. I know some are in person, some are not, but that I think we need to leave open the option, especially as we're going to be heading into flu season here shortly, for the remote attendance, especially those who have family members who are immunocompromised, and I understand the concerns perceptually, so I think we need to, consider that for everybody. But yeah, that's really kind of my sense right now.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Avadia?
Yeah, yes. So I really did feel very strongly that if we had students in the building, we needed to return unless there was sort of not a necessarily documented reason, but at least an expressed reason. I feel less strongly about it, but I do think we need to move toward that so that, I mean, certainly by the time we have, any kind of hybrid learning that we're together. But I also want to be sensitive that I know others have, different threshold concerns when it comes to health or people at home or, their own, immunocompromisation or whatever it is. So I think we need to be sensitive, but at least for me personally, like I'm starting to make that mental transition to being, at Malberg.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Tong?
Okay. Oh, I will still working with the status of the safety first. If it's, I guess, a time when it's appropriate, we should return to in-person training. But right now, I would still think, I guess, on the personal basis, I will be okay with remote. If it has to be hybrid, I'd be glad to do that too. That's my 2 cents.
Okay, so I just want to make sure, because I'm sort of capturing whether people are a yes or a no. So if the board consensus is that the next board meeting is in person, are you remote or in person?
For me personally, I would prefer remote.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure I captured what you said correctly. Thank you.
The same, Lisa, for myself. I would be remote.
Yep, thank you, Lori. Mrs. Matlack.
Hi, thank you. I understand the, you know, the wanting to be all of us back together. You know, virtual is not ideal or ideally conducive to board discussions, but we can't presume to know what anybody's personal or family concerns are. You know, nor, you know, do we need to. You know, we have been given the option since July as board members to attend in person if we wish. And from what I see, Mrs. Schultz is the only one who has been there. So that also says a lot to me as well, because all of us have been given that option to attend in person. So I think, you know, for right now and the foreseeable future, I think we, for me, a hybrid option where we have the option to come in if that is our comfort level, or that is what somebody wishes to do, or have the option to be remote if that is our comfort level or what a board member wishes to do.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Mallow. Mr. Goodwin.
One thing I just want to be first clear about. So when we talk about coming in, who all would, if the board came in, who all would be in the room? Would it just be the board, no public, no administration other than Dr. Malash and Mrs. Sugars? Is that the thought?
My understanding is it would be who's in the room today plus the additional board members.
Okay.
Possibly Mr. Green.
Possibly Mr. Green, but besides that's it. We're just talking about for right now bringing the board members back into the building for the meetings. Okay.
Well, I like what Mrs. Matlack stated in terms of having a hybrid model, because honestly, I have to be I'm just personally have to be sensitive to, you know, it's not just me. I you know, live in a family, so I would have to be sensitive to what, you know. So I would say I would go with the hybrid model, and if folks are comfortable coming in, they should come in.
Okay, thank you, Eric. Mrs. Arroyo.
I agree with Eric if others are comfortable in coming in. My only thing is even if we were, is it more, Lisa, the conversation amongst the board that you hope to kind of change back the dynamic to when we were in person, or is it the community piece that we're missing? Then perhaps we can find a different way to support that piece. So I just wanted to get some clarity from your end on what you were thinking.
So right now, this is just regarding the board piece. We haven't had the discussion around the community engagement piece yet. So this is just a follow-up to the conversation we had several months ago where we said by September, we thought we would be ready to get back to board meetings in person.
Okay, so if that's the case, I don't, I'm sure the community wants to be back involved as well. So I think we should just have that. We should also start having that robust conversation on how to incorporate that piece again. But even still, I'm again, the hybrid. For those of you that are comfortable being in a space like that, I know it'll be difficult for me to make those decisions, especially if I have, again, whatever personal things happening or personal feelings about what's happening. So I'm with hybrid.
Okay, thank you. And Mrs. Schultz.
So I guess I'm trying, it's when we're saying hybrid, are we just essentially saying, just for clarification, are we just basically saying if a board member is comfortable, then they will come in? If not, then we'll do it remote? That's my understanding of hybrid option. That's what
I'm interpreting as,
okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so it sounds like we don't have consensus to have a full board back in. So I guess my questions back to the board would be, we're gonna have students in our building and the goal for that is November. So then is the next goal for us to come back to in-person board meetings then November? Considering that that is our target to get our students back in the building. We've already got our administration and our staff in our buildings, and then we're gonna layer on our students being back in the building. So would our next target date then to return to in-person board meetings be November? Or are we looking to shoot it out further?
Our students are back in the building in a hybrid model in November, correct?
Correct, but we're only talking about just 11 of us in a room with our masks on, socially distanced, which is. And
I want to be careful because that almost sounds dismissive to individual concerns. Like I understand that.
I think Paul needs to speak to, I believe at one of the county meetings that I was at, that there was discussion from school boards about the fact that even if a board was meeting in person, that they had to offer a virtual option.
That's
Paul could speak to that.
Yeah, I mean, that's correct. I mean, at this point in time, first of all, you're limited, even if you admit public, to the amount of public you can admit. So if nothing else, you still have to continue to broadcast the meetings, and the general recommendation is that for those board members who are uncomfortable coming in, you should make the hybrid option available to them. So if the board determines even that it wants to do the meetings in person, that's fine, but you generally should still extend that option. That's really where most of the boards are going at this point, to the extent that they have decided to have people in person at all. I mean, it's still kind of split. There are quite a few boards out there that are still doing the meetings fully virtually. But those that have brought the meetings back in have definitely continued to offer the hybrid option.
No, I think that makes sense. Thanks, Paul. I think I was just trying to understand, like, what is our end result? Like, is our end result that we're trying to get a target date? Is our end result that we're going to be hybrid for the foreseeable future and we just table this conversation? I guess I'm trying to understand that.
So it sounds like there isn't a target date right now.
Sure.
So I think maybe we'll just, what might be best is if we just bring it up every other month for now. Strategic planning, so we'll discuss it again in November. We'll keep the hybrid model. If you're comfortable coming in, you're comfortable coming in. Just make sure you let me know so that we can make sure the room is set up appropriately. I will say that if we are going to continue in the hybrid model going forward, what I would like is that the rest of the board members will be on video for the public as well. I think everybody should be visible to the public if we're able to make that happen. So that would be my request if we're going to continue this for much longer. If we've got a way to make sure that the community has access to all of our board members visually.
I think that's it.
I'm sorry, did somebody say something?
Sounded like Ben.
I wanted to, I don't know how anyone feels about this, but do we have the ability on the public side to have a call in versus an email in?
I was thinking that same thing, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, because Rosie and I know a few other people have been doing this since about 5 o'clock, and it's all good, but I just wonder about about kind of waiting for that public comment, delivering it. I don't know. I mean, I think the idea is to engage the public, and it's nice that we have a lot of people who submitted, but for Rosie and I and maybe a couple others, I mean, is that something we could do technologically?
And are you saying instead of reading them during the meetings?
Yeah.
I don't think that that's an option in a public meeting, but Paul, I would defer to you.
Well, was the question as I understood the question, it was, can we technologically let people actually come in and speak in the remote meeting?
No. I'm sorry. I was thinking about calling in.
Calling, yes. That's what I meant. I meant when I said come in, I meant virtually come in.
Yeah.
In other words, let people call in, to bring them in as essentially a participant for that comment, let them make their comment, and then excuse them essentially. I know there are districts that are doing that, so whether it's technologically feasible, obviously your technical people would have to tell you that.
But Paul, there are districts that are doing that now?
There are, yes. I do have some districts. I mean, I have some districts that are doing exactly what we're doing now. And either the superintendent or the BA reads the comments. I have other districts that actually bring the public in one at a time, essentially as a meeting participant, to basically ask their question, and then they are basically excused at that point. So it's being done both ways.
Okay, that's interesting. And Lisa, I would agree on the cameras, but I think we are going to experience challenges like I had tonight where while I was bringing in their video and transmitting mine, it was cutting everybody out. And then I also couldn't see the images. I mean, it's the difficulties we're obviously experiencing in general right now.
Right.
But I think that's the goal.
Yep. And I think we're going to have lots of technological challenges over the next few months and potentially longer. So I think we'll just have to deal with them one by one. But I would say that if we're going to continue in this model for a while, I personally don't see why the camera would just be trained on those of us in the room, right? I mean, there's other people participating, active participants in the meeting that I feel the public should have an opportunity to see as well, if it's possible from a technical standpoint. So we certainly have bigger fish to fry than figuring that out, but if this is going to be, it wasn't brought up in the past because it was a short-term thing, which is now turning into a longer-term thing. So just my 2 cents. Okay, so we'll continue with hybrid. If you're comfortable coming in, great. If you're not, we'll continue with the remote option. And just let us know if you will be coming in person so that we can set up the room accordingly. Do we have any other items on the strategic planning agenda?
So Lisa, I just want to comment, you didn't ask me, so you found a way to not have me ask a question.
I am so sorry. I did not mean to skip you, Kim. Here I was, I thought I did a great job all night and I didn't miss anybody, so thank you.
But no, I mean, I think Paul answered Carol's question, which I think just kind of sums it up, that we go hybrid, and as data comes out and people become more comfortable, they may come. Other people may not be comfortable because of their personal situations, but I think that that's kind of where we are.
Great, thank you, and sorry, I did not mean to skip over you.
I don't take it personally.
Okay, I don't think we had any other items on strategic planning, which will bring us into our second public comment period. And again, this public comment is for any other topic. And when submitting your comment, please make sure it says in the subject line that this is for the second public comment period, And again, the email address to send those comments to is lshugars@chclc.org. Mrs. Sugars.
Quite a few. Sorry, bear with me for 1 second. Mr. Witowski, 4 Ramsgate Road. I would first like to thank the school district for their efforts getting the schools to open online. I know it was no easy task. Speaking as a parent of students at Sharp and Beck, I felt it went smoothly. As in all things, there will be bumps in the road, but both schools addressed them and adapted quickly. We could not ask for more. On the topic of ventilation, I am concerned with the district's approach. My children were registered to receive in-person instruction in the hybrid model. I trusted that the school district was going to make an attempt to address their ventilation systems with regards to the pandemic. The professional engineer, I've not seen anything to date that says the district has made attempts to address the situation. More recently, I've seen a generic written indoor air quality program signed into effect September 1st. This plan is a good start under normal circumstances, but it does not address the current pandemic. There are many strategies that could be put into place to improve the indoor air quality in the buildings. Minimally, the district could give the teachers the knowledge of how their specific classroom HVAC systems should work in light of the pandemic. Note the approaches will be different per school type. The district could hire a test, balance, and adjustment contractor to take airflow measurements to prove if the existing systems are even functioning as originally designed. Please be transparent with the situation. It may be that the district does not have the expertise on the board or on the staff to appropriately address the situation. This is not uncommon when I work with building owners. As I stated in 2 previous emails to the board on June 22nd and August 28th, I'm willing to help ask the right questions. I'm willing to serve on a committee related to this topic. I know there are other parents in the district who are professional engineers and registered architects who have been dealing with this issue in a professional capacity for the past 6 months. I'm sure they'd be willing to help also. These are unique times and nobody has all the answers. I'm willing to help identify best practices. Pam, Jenna, our Cherry Hill students had school taken from them twice. Once in March by COVID, and again on September 1st by the unlawful decision of the school district to cancel hybrid instruction. On September 1st, the Cherry Hill School District pivoted with less than a week's notice to all remote instruction through November 4th, negating the choice for hybrid learning, which roughly 70% of the families had selected and leaving thousands scrambling and devastated. This stands in sharp contrast to the neighboring districts of Marlton, Haddonfield, Morristown, and Voorhees, which will open this week without issue. The district stated that this decision was made to respect teacher concerns. However, many teachers indicate that they are now worse off personally or professionally and are eager to be back in the classroom. The decision of the district to switch to an all remote was not only abrupt and unfair, it was unlawful. Executive Order 175 requires school districts to open for in-person learning unless they cannot meet the state health and safety requirements of paragraph 2 of the order. The school district attested and the state confirmed that Cherry Hill's reopening plan met all health and safety requirements. Indeed, subsequent to the decision to go all remote, Dr. Malash has repeatedly admitted in writing that the district continues to meet all health and safety standard requirements. By failing to open for in-person learning while meeting the health and safety requirements to do so, the district is in violation of Executive Order 175. However, I have no desire to approach this as an adversarial manner. Rather, I and thousands of other like-minded parents would like to partner with the district to have Cherry Hill open in a hybrid model. To do so, we must ensure that we create circumstances that address our teachers' concerns and create incentives for them to return to in-person instruction. Specifically, we should not allow teachers to teach from home on Mondays. We should allow teachers to teach from home on Mondays and during the portions of the week when there is no in-person instruction. Another possibility to allow teachers with children in district to have their children in school 4 days a week to alleviate childcare woes. Additionally, we should be using alternative resources to teach the remote portion of the curriculum, either private education providers or teachers who cannot return to the classroom for immune compromised reasons, so teachers do not have to juggle the demands of remote and in-class teaching simultaneously. Further, we should be addressing teacher concerns by providing personal protective equipment, plexiglass, and installing exhaust fans in the classrooms. We should be taking steps to cover any staffing shortages. Other districts are addressing teacher shortages by preparing administrators to cover classes, getting college students certified as substitutes, and offering substitute pay premiums. Significantly, none of these measures require waiting until November 9th to reopen. In fact, many or all can be achieved and school reopened to the hybrid model much sooner. Long-term remote is not a viable. Sorry, 3 minutes are up. Okay. Shannon Marsh. It's been over 180 days since my special needs child with an IEP has stepped foot into a classroom. My son is in his last year at Barkley in the special needs program. He has autism and is speech delayed. When the announcement was made in July that Barkley was going completely special needs, I was assuming this was because in the event that the district went all virtual, that this would make it easier for our IEP and special needs children to continue to attend Barkley, as the district has IEP contracts to fulfill, and special needs children just simply cannot be left behind as they are not learning virtually. I was wrong. My assumption was wrong, and I can't express enough my disappointment and dissatisfaction that you're making these children go do virtual education. Would you like to come to my house and be present while I have to pin my child down with all my strength to sit in front of a Zoom meeting that he literally has zero comprehension or interest in every school day, and multiple times each school day at that? I also have other young children to take care of in the home as this is going on. How do you intend on fulfilling these IEPs? My son is supposed to be in school 330 minutes a week. If there is a statewide pandemic clause that lets you out of these contracts, can you please refer me to it? My son's teacher is doing an amazing job trying to reach her students, but the reality is that you can't teach someone to swim without water. Until my son can step into a classroom again, he cannot progress. He is regressing, and this time cannot be made up. Please do the right thing. Give me the option to send my child to school that my tax dollars pay for. These kids have been through enough. Open up Barkley to in-person learning. Becky Vogel, 119 Sandringham Lane. Until this year, I have never appreciated how great Cherry Hill School District and Sharp Elementary are or were. We felt crushed when Cherry Hill revoked hybrid learning the week before school began, but the disappointment of the first week of school was much, much worse. Experts agree that children should have limited quantity of screen time. Why can't our excellent district put together a plan for learning that doesn't include 5 to 6 hours of screen time per day? Allowing a 10-minute brain break or a bathroom break doesn't make it okay to overload our children's developing brains. Virtual schooling is not the same as learning in a classroom, and we cannot try to conduct classes live as we would under normal circumstances. We need to be more creative in how we educate our children, and the school district needs to provide options for parents. My suggestions: can we offer another option for kids who are more independent learning, such as some sort of cyber academy? Many family and friends in other states have stated they've been given this option. Learning is not one size fits all. For elementary school students, can we limit the length of Google meetings and have them all take place between 9 and 12? Encores could be completed offline in the afternoon, and kids could also have assignments in their core classes to complete independently in the afternoon. If it's not possible to change the current schedule, can we record Google meetings and make them optional? Then the children could complete their assignments independently, and if they have trouble, they could go back and watch the meeting. This would save a lot of time spent staring at screens. Do we have to use Google for meetings? No one is learning anything when the teachers are constantly getting disconnected. Let us try to have our independent work offline as much as possible, or provide an online and offline option to complete assignments. For instance, my first grader was assigned basic math equations on Seesaw last week. The app was buggy and we were never able to complete the assignment. We missed an opportunity for learning, and we missed an opportunity for him to complete work offline. If his teacher had given a pen had given a pen and paper option, you could have actually done the assignment and had a 10-minute break from learning on the computer. Parents and children, Jamie Haas. Parents and children in our district have not been treated with respect. The decision to move away from hybrid to virtual was done less than 1 week prior to school starting without any parent involvement or opportunity for discussion, and with blame case only the way of teachers. And to date, I have not seen any plans as to how the district plans to ensure safe environments for the teachers and students to return in November. If nothing is done, then I can only assume the district intended to be virtual the entire time and willfully misled the community. If this is the case, then we have failed us. They have failed us, and we deserve better. Appreciate the dialogue and passion of my neighbors. Mandy Hartley, 504 Bancroft Road. My name is Mandy Hartley, and I am a first grader at Kingston Elementary. I have worked for several years in the test prep industry for several schools across the tri-state area, and I am currently a stay-at-home mom. I want to commend the teachers that we've had thus far for their diligence in trying to keep a group of 6-year-olds engaged on the computer for 6 hours a day. It is a daunting task, and they are doing it with patience and grace. I have some comments about our current remote model and how it pertains to my daughter. She is increasingly frustrated not only with technology issues, but with lag time between tasks. She is fidgety and complains that she is bored often. She is isolated and not knowing most of the students in her class and not having much interaction with them, which is causing loneliness. This is far from any normal amount of screen time that she is used to. I love that there is interaction with all of her teachers, but the time she spends in front of the computer is just not right for her at this age. I hope that we can find another option, as I don't think this will be sustainable for her. I've reached out to other parents at Kingston, and their responses are below. My name is Erica Wells. My 2 daughters are in kindergarten and 2nd grade at Kingston. We are very happy with the teacher interactions and agreement with both children. Kindergarten seems like a lot of breaks and our daughters participating. I'm concerned about the amount of time at the computer for our children, as well as the amount of time trying to navigate websites for my 2nd grader. My name is Annie Bogosius, and my daughter Avery attends Kingston Elementary School as a 1st grader. I'm a speech language pathologist who holds speech language specialist certificate in the state of New Jersey. I also have extensive experience working with children in the elementary school system. Currently, I work in the medical speech pathology field and have been an essential worker since the beginning of the pandemic this year. First and foremost, I want to highlight all the heartwarming and bittersweet moments I witnessed between my daughter's teachers and her class this week. My daughter excited every morning to log on and see her friends and teachers. The enormous energy and preparation has been done by the principal and the teachers of Kingston to provide some sort of normalcy to our children. The perseverance and patience demonstrated during live instruction, the weight of ensuring inclusion and participation to all students during live instruction, teachers battling technological barriers which could not be prepared for, in addition to having to remediate those barriers quickly so as to maintain engagement for our children, the cheerfulness and excitement about learning in each teacher's voice that I hear in the background while I work my part-time job from home and smile to myself while silently and frantically panic that my daughter is not hitting the mute button correctly. I look on proudly on my child, her class, and her teachers who showed up. They showed resilience, they showed determination, they showed frustration, but they showed up. Because they showed up, we parents now need to show up and speak our concerns for our children and their teachers. What works? Movement paired with learning. My daughter loved the scavenger hunt, running around the house to complete a learning objective. Such a great idea, so engaging. Manipulatives, anything to keep fidgety hands busy. My daughter really wants to use the bracelet and chips. It may just be her, but I wanted to pass that along. What doesn't work? A group of 17 first graders watching live instruction for 6.5 hours a day from a computer screen. This amount of screen time can result in the following. According to Hale and Guan, 2015 Sleep Medicine Reviews, a review of 67 studies that were published between 1999 and 2014 found that screen time is adversely associated in school-aged children and adolescents with sleep outcomes, primarily shortened duration and delayed timing in 90% of the studies. Per Listic, a growing body of literature is associated excessive and addictive use of digital media with physical, psychological, social, and neurological adverse consequences. Physical health effects. Excessive screen time is associated with poor sleep and risk factors for cardiovascular diseases such as high blood pressure, obesity, low HDL cholesterol, poor stress regulation, high symptomatic arousal and cortisol dysregulation, and insulin resistance. Other physical health consequences include impaired vision and reduced bone density. Psychological effects. Internalizing and externalizing behavior is related to poor sleep. Depressive symptoms and suicidal thoughts are associated to screen time, induced poor sleep, digital device night usage, and mobile phone dependency. The article continues, excessive digital media used by children. Our time is up. I support my daughter attending, Kristen McIntyre, 4 Tendring Road. I fully support my daughter attending school in the hybrid model. Dr. Jeff Potowitz, 110 Kilburn Drive. First, remember, according to NJ Education Aid's indifference between capped and uncapped aid at a negative $1,295 per student. We are 469 out of approximately 600 school districts. Approximately 200 plus school districts have no deficits or SFRA capped aid calculation greater than uncapped aid calculations. Approximately 380 school districts total have a deficit of less than $500 per pupil when comparing the capped aid calculations to the uncapped aid calculations. In other words, if we were shortchanged like the 380th district, we would receive an extra $8 million in direct state aid to education. I have previously mentioned the blog posting by Dr. Baker in his blog, School Finance 101, dated June 23rd, 2011. In the comment section, a comment at that time was made concerning Cherry Hill School District. Since our legislator is not looking at capped versus uncapped aid, the state will continue to underfund as per SFRA calculations. Our district and our at-risk student population, population including students with disabilities, is 25%. I included a PDF of a report dated October 11th, 2011, prepared for the New Jersey Department of Education by Augenbach, Pollock, and Associates. It is titled Analysis of New Jersey's Census-Based Special Education Funding System. I will quote from page 50. There is more to this report than page 50. You can read it. The state's implementation of the new special education funding system was derailed after only 1 year. Even with the first year of full implementation, districts whose potential increase in funding exceeded a certain amount had their increases capped. This means that the new system has never been fully implemented for all districts. Districts whose capped aid was equal to or greater than their uncapped aid in effect had full implementation of this new system. Maybe the new system worked for those districts, maybe it did not. The state felt and feels the new system works for and is fair for everyone, including our students that are considered at risk. It's been 9 years since this report was written. At this point, I do not believe the new system was ever meant to be fully or equitably implemented by the state. The shame is our community continues to be shortchanged. Andrea Paula. First of all, thank you for serving our community over these past few months. Nothing has been easy in the midst of COVID-19, and you all deserve our gratitude for the extra hours and work we personally put in for our students. I would like to submit a note for public consideration on the current all-virtual schooling situation for elementary students in the district. My wife and I have lived in Cherry Hill for 6 years. We love the community, and we especially love the schools and teachers. Our son is a second grader at Stockton Elementary. We have nothing but praise for the staff and teachers at that school. However, we are very disappointed and frustrated by the district's current all virtual learning plan and the process the district went through to move to all virtual. I recently posted a note with a call to protest on the Cherry Hill United Facebook page that sparked a great deal of conversation. My idea of a log off protest to push this group to move us back to hybrid fizzled, and the comments were overtaken by a highly vocal group of citizens who felt that any form of in-person learning was dangerous. However, over 250 parents joined my petition asking that the district move back to hybrid learning as planned, and many more reached out privately and shared their agreement. Simply put, these 250 individuals and I believe in-person learning is a requirement for elementary age children. I highly encourage the district to reconsider the current virtual learning program and move to a bare minimum to hybrid for as soon as possible for early elementary students. More so after seeing virtual in action, I am convinced that adding hybrid to this model will even more hinder the learning process. As such, I would further recommend that the district quickly put into place plans to move to in-person and virtual learning to distinct groups. Focus some teachers on in-person and focus other teachers who wish not to return to the classroom on virtual students. Secondly, I want to express my extreme displeasure with the process, communication, and transparency to date. The last-minute move to virtual left parents in the lurch. We wasted time planning A and B cohorts. We wasted time engaging pod facilitators to continue learning during the hybrid asynchronous learning. We wasted time we could have spent considering the other options like charter schools, private schools, and homeschool. Wasted time. Right now, it almost feels as if the district knew the entire time that they never really planned to get children back in the classroom. And it feels like the delay was in large part to prevent parents from reacting in any way. Now it's too late for us to consider private schooling. Furthermore, the administration did nothing of distinction with regards to creative problem solving. No outside classrooms, no tents, no help connecting parents who might want to share childcare responsibilities, no push to communicate teachers earlier in the summer, no extraordinary outreach to the union, nothing out of the box, nothing of distinction. We moved to Cherry Hill in large part due to the excellence of the school system. Our $13,000 a year in taxes are paid, understanding that this is the price we pay for that school system. As of now, we feel duped to pay such a high price. Our time is up, okay? Tracy Herron, 19 Dunbarton Road. The virtual learning format that Cherry Hill has implemented is developmentally detrimental for elementary and special ed students. Allow elementary age children back to school immediately so that they can receive the free and appropriate public education to which they are entitled and which our taxes fund. Return them full 5 days and allow families that wish to opt out to opt out. Brooke Shostak, 22 Ivy Lane. I feel frustrated and felt the need to voice this publicly. This past year, I was selected to serve on the Alternative Funding Committee as a community member. With my professional background in fundraising, I saw this as an opportunity to be involved in the school district where my 2 sons attend and in a community that I have lived for almost 20 years. The final recommendation of the committee presented to the board in May was for the district to hire 2 full-time paid staff members, one a grant writer who would research appropriate grants both for the physical updating of our buildings as well as programmatic grants. The other would be a full-time frontline fundraiser whose role would be to interact with the community and solicit large-scale donations for all of our building and programmatic needs. I have not heard any update as to what, if anything, from the committee was approved by the board. The announcement on September 1st of full remote learning due to a letter from the teachers expressing their overwhelming concern was extremely shocking and disappointing. We have all known for months and years that the physical shape of all our buildings was in major disrepair. The Fair Funding Committee had lobbied Trenton and our local officials for more adequate funding to repair our school buildings. The entire summer was spent telling the public that the hybrid in the school model was going forward. It appears that the teachers were not surveyed or part of these discussions if the whole format was upended this past weekend. I want all our students and faculty to be safe. I also want our students to be educated in the classroom, which is the best format for all. It is frustrating as it appears the teachers' voices were not consulted or heard from until the entire summer went by and plans were put into place and families were given the hybrid option. My 2 boys who are in high school and middle school seem to be faring well with online learning. It seems quite clear that our students with disabilities and our K-5 students need to be back in school with in-person learning as soon as possible. I would like the board's recommendations from the Alternative Funding Committee to be made public. I would also like to know what the district's plan is in terms of addressing the issues with the HVAC systems in the buildings so that they are running effectively and that our teachers feel comfortable being in the classroom with students. A concrete plan needs to be put in place immediately and made public to ensure a safe school opening. Karen Gray, 310 Royal Oak Avenue. I respectfully request that you reconsider requiring teachers to teach from school buildings. I understand that it's important for teachers to prepare for the hybrid model in their classrooms. However, this can easily be accomplished with a set minimum required number of days for teachers to be in the buildings. Having teachers in the buildings every day from now until November does not benefit students in any way, and unnecessarily raises health risks for the teachers. Cherry Hill teachers are mature professional adults who are fully capable of determining whether or not they can provide the same quality of instruction from home based on their individual circumstances. Allowing teachers the option to work from home not only reduces health risks for the teachers, it also reduces the health risks for custodians and other building staff who cannot possibly work from home. Also, are there quarantine protocols in place for what happens when a teacher tests positive? And if so, what are the protocols? Rick Short, 1002 Chelton Parkway. I again posed some serious ventilation health-related questions for our schools that have gone unanswered now for the past 2 months. Yes, 2 months of ignoring the obvious ventilation problems that could have been fixed but were ignored and unfortunately exploded on August 26th when several teachers posed the same ventilation concerns that I have been talking about for months. I'm at a dozen emails, so how many more emails does it take for the district to follow basic NJDOE ventilation requirements and CDC ventilation recommended guidelines? It's strange that our Cherry Hill ex-superintendent, Dr. Justin Smith, who is now in charge of EGM schools, is following the NJDOE requirements and CDC guidelines, but for some reason, Cherry Hill Public Schools don't listen to improving ventilation safety or is following DOE rules. I sent my first email on ventilation suggested improvement starting July 14th, then another ventilation suggested improvement email on July 20th. Then I spoke to the district on the phone with the same suggested improvement on July 24th. Then another ventilation suggested improvement email on August 1st, August 11th, August 21st, August 26th. Then on August 26th, everything exploded when several teachers said they didn't feel safe returning into the classrooms due to ventilation. Another ventilation suggested improvement email on August 3rd, September 3rd, September 7th, September 11th, and September 14th. So who is the one person in the district or Cherry Hill Board of Education that's going to fix our ventilation plan problems that I've emailed about a dozen times? Are you going to consider today's $3,700 ventilation idea I sent for west and back windows that would add fresh air for an estimated 1,500 students, teachers, and staff for a cost of $3,700. What are you doing about our current Cherry Hill sports bus ventilation? Anything, and just have no written plan? How many more emails do I need to send until you follow NJDOE and CDC guidelines? Do you want to have one of the safest schools from COVID spread in New Jersey? Finally, and most important and so obvious, who is going to challenge the plan to not have social distancing in some high school classrooms? Why would the district send letters and tell parents that the district can't meet social distancing recommendations? Isn't that admitting guilt? Why not add tents, use library, or use cafeterias and meet social distancing at all times? Not following social distancing in some classrooms in 2 high schools is a COVID health ticking time bomb. Jennifer Lawton, 121 Weston Drive. Bring elementary students back for school for in-person as soon as possible, at the latest by September 29th. With all the technology trouble the teachers are having so far with remote learning, teachers constantly losing connection, unmuted microphones causing disruptions, distorted and fuzzy images. The emotional toll it is having on my child and family. It is clear that virtual learning format Cherry Hills implemented is developmentally detrimental for elementary students and a gross misuse of hard-earned taxpayer dollars. As the parent of a first grader at Stockton Elementary, I plead with you to allow elementary-aged children back to school immediately so they can receive the free and appropriate public education to which they are constitutionally entitled. Reevaluate and restructure the hybrid model so that teachers are not responsible for teaching in-person and remote learners simultaneously. I request to reevaluate the initial plan for the hybrid model prior to our return to in-person instruction. From what I witnessed this first week with my first grader, I think it is unrealistic, if not impossible, to expect the teacher to teach kids both in-person and remote students at the same time, especially with a Chromebook and especially for the elementary kids. It would be nearly impossible for the teachers to keep in-person or remote kids engaged. It is unfair to expect that from the students or the parents. We need to consider alternative solutions, such as dedicating a separate teaching staff for remote learning days. Teachers that would prefer or don't feel safe to return to the building, allow them to teach remotely from home. A remote teacher can teach remote students, and the in-person teacher can focus on their in-person students instead of worrying about technology issues and trying to engage remote students at the same time. Another plausible solution is to bring the students back for in-person learning 5 half days with students divided in AM and afternoon cohorts. I think this is very similar to the first public comment. I know of a district in South Jersey, Mantua Township School District that are back 5 half days in person, and the classes are divided by AM and afternoon session, which means the in-person AM cohort is in the class in the morning, finishes the day at home and online learning, and vice versa. The afternoon cohort does online learning in the morning and classes in the afternoon. So the teacher is in class all day with 2 different in-person sessions. Provide better technology to teachers to teach remotely. Chromebooks are limiting and the camera is subpar. It distorts images or makes the screen green, fuzzy, and dark, regardless of how much light is in the room, which is not good on the students or teachers' eyes. Chromebooks also limit the teacher's ability to present certain material, and when teachers try to present on their smart boards, it causes the teacher to lose connection. Teachers should have better technology to work with, such as webcams in the classroom or laptops with better cameras to work with. For example, when my daughter's first grade teacher is trying to read a book, tries to hold up the book to the screen, but the images are distorted and fuzzy, making it very difficult to see. It's very frustrating for the students. Working from a laptop also requires that the teacher be tethered to a screen and limits the teacher's ability to walk freely around the room during instructions. Webcams are preferred. Christina and Mike Hobbs, 1812 Morris Drive. Parents need the option of safe in-person learning for K-2 students before 11/9, ventilation and staffing. After a week plus of observing our 4th and 2nd grade children and their classmates during remote learning, it is clear that our K-12 grade students need to return to safe in-person learning in schools before 11/9/20, preferably no later than 9/28. Most K-2 2nd graders clearly do not have the emotional maturity, patience, attention span, and interest to allow them to be productive virtually from 9 to 3:30 Tuesday to Friday. We have tried both live synchronous lessons throughout the day and switched to a more asynchronous schedule. Unfortunately, our daughter is disconnected, emotional, and uninterested during these methods. She wants to be with her teacher. She wants to be with her friends. She wants face-to-face interaction. She is consistently upset, cries often, is fatigued and unmotivated. She is bright, happy, social little girl who ordinarily loves school, but we are seeing significant regression educationally and emotionally. After only 6 days of remote learning, she has lost interest and cries about logging on every morning. What specific steps regarding ventilation and staffing are being taken to get students back in the classrooms before or on 11/9? These details, especially those regarding infrastructure, need to be shared with the community. We do not see anything on the agenda pertaining to exactly what is happening between now and November 9th to prepare our facilities and schedule teachers to get students back into schools. Mindy Rosen, 6 Fairhaven Court. What is happening at East? It looks as if the wall is sinking and it's covered in plastic. What happened and what must be done to remedy the situation? Jen Nadio, 224 North Madison Avenue. Currently, during remote learning, teachers and ed assistants in the same self-contained or inclusion ICR classes are still wearing masks. Dr. Malash advised GSEPTA members to speak with school staff, but why can't the Cherry Hill School District just call Camden County Health Department to receive more guidance for this specific situation? Our students need to see the faces of their teachers and ed assistants. Please call the county. As president of the Cherry Hill Special Education PTA, I have had the pleasure of speaking to so many GSEPTA members and families with students with IEPs and 504s affected by these changes. As you are aware, there are many requests for keeping children, teachers, and ed assistants remote, and many requests on how and when to bring students in self-contained special education classes back into the school. We understand how difficult these decisions are. GSEPTA also understands self-contained classes and what it means to have these students in school with another and staff. with one another and staff. So if the Cherry Hill School District decides to bring self-contained students in to school before, on, or after November 9th, 2021, CHSEPTA is once again asking for a specific plan of safety to protect everyone. Many of our self-contained students are medically approved not to wear masks, have very little social boundaries, have sensory disorders that prohibit frequent hand washing, have physical interventions used, and are diapered and or receive toileting assistance by educators and staff. CHSEPTA is asking for a plan that will be distributed to all families and educators and staff that will provide detailed instructions on how to keep everyone safe. What PPE will be available for students and staff, including see-through masks and hypoallergenic cleaners. Ms. Wethington explained to CHSEPTA that no physical intervention is to be used with students, then specific instructions and reward systems are to be sent out to everyone. If a student can't wear a mask, what are the detailed protocols to keep everyone safe, including on the bus? Is universal diapering enough, or do we need more precautions for safety? CHSEPTA hopes the district students with IEPs and 504s need to have specific plans to safely come back to learn. Julie Hablack, 74 Lafayette Lane. Hello, good evening. I just want to leave some questions and concerns for the board and the community to consider. Having heard the students from East and West talk tonight, were you surprised to hear their stories? What do you feel might be of some of the next steps the school district should be taking in response to such stories? I am worried that these student stories will be lost. How do we make these voices a priority? Also, what can we all be doing to find these stories ourselves in readings by talking to others instead of always waiting for these people to speak up? And as a follow-up, when you are making plans related to COVID, in what ways have you been thinking about who is impacted most by the school district's COVID response? Some families will have resources to supplement their students' education, but many students do not have these resources, and what is being done to make sure they don't fall behind? Miriam Stern, 121 Ashford Road. Can the district please capitalize on the amazing experts we have in the community and start a task force comprised of volunteer residents who are engineers and other experts, along with hired professionals, to come up with ventilation improvements? The east vestibule was built within the past year. Why aren't the architect Vesica and the construction company financially responsible to fix the clearly poor construction issues? Isn't there a warranty for their work? Teachers only asked for 2-week delay to the start of hybrid learning. Why wasn't the hybrid start to the school simply delayed by 2 weeks? Please consider offering a straightforward and efficient survey of just a few questions to parents and staff and teachers this week. Your method for surveying has been inefficient and difficult to use to arrive at consensus. What are the costs of the new east wall repair projects that were started this summer? What is the reason for this project? Jamie Goodwin, 112 Mansfield Boulevard. I want to reintroduce myself as a former Cherry Hill student, a family member of a current student in Cherry Hill schools, and now a concerned and active community member. We have, of course, now heard many concerns and comments around remote learning model and the various concerns and victories made by our staff and parents. I want to share one of my concerns specifically around practices within our remote learning model and how they relate to equity. Grading. We have chosen to adopt a true to scale grading model for our middle and high school students. This to me is an action that will once again marginalize our historically marginalized students. We note, as been noted several times before, we are in a moment radically different than any other one we as a district have faced before, filled with trauma, loss, anxiety, and fear. Our students of color or with learning disabilities or facing economic hardships are all likely to be familiar that grading often is not created fairly or equitably. I ask that we at least include a pass-fail option in our grading policies. We encourage teachers to remove participation grades from grading practices, and that every teacher removes any pressure to use video and microphone in class. Several students will not have quiet spaces to work, to complete assignments, attend class and assessments. Several students, likely of color, will have to watch younger siblings during the day while their parents work. Several students will find that they are failing in participation because they are ashamed to turn their camera on because of their home life and find using a microphone an impossibility with screaming siblings in the background. Several students are still dealing with the racialized trauma of a world that keeps killing Black bodies without regard for the humanity that once animated it. Trauma can cause irritability, lack of focus, and an overall decrease in motivation. Several studies with diagnosed learning disabilities several students with diagnosed learning disabilities that learning feels impossible and focus is hard to come by and will be penalized for their inability to transition. Several students will need to balance new responsibilities and find that strict deadline completely erases the hard work required for them to balance the trials and work they do every day in addition to schoolwork. These are just several examples of the students we are bound to have in our district. I worry that if we don't create a grading system that responds to the moment in which we know there is reduced focus, motivation, learning comprehension, in addition to racialized trauma, money, anxiety, fear, and personal loss, then we will be decisively saying with our actions that we are only concerned about the success of white upper middle class able students while the rest are second priority. Jill Gutman Woodcrest. Thank you to all the teachers. They are amazing and trying the best they can. I have concerns over using Google Meet. My 2 children were kicked off over 10 times daily so far. Another platform needs to be considered. Please consider using Zoom. We upgraded our internet this summer, so think it's on the district's end. The screen sharing does not work as well on Google Meet. Please consider having the teachers use small group meeting model to teach. Teachers do this in the classroom, so should be doing so online as well. The district should consider hiring a consultant or a staff member from an online homeschool program in order to advance and better its platform. District needs to think more outside the box, outside encores or activities. If not, I would also like an option to opt out of PPE and art. I don't see why we cannot just send in a photo of these activities. Consider pausing the social emotional learning on Mondays or allowing parents to opt out of this. I am very concerned about the amount of screen time, especially for the elementary school age. Decreasing the amount of time online and allowing for other activities would be a better use of time. We would take even ending the school day an hour earlier. We would all like a remote option to continue if the district moves to hybrid model. However, teachers should be allocated accordingly to teach all remote. We agree with others tonight that the teachers should be given an option to work from home. We also think that the district needs to prioritize special education students who have high needs. Instead, I heard the district is busing for sports. This philosophy is backwards. Please upgrade the HVAC system for better ventilation. Also, zoning board uses Zoom and allows the public to participate live. There is no reason why the board shouldn't be doing the same. Please reconsider changing the high school hours to a later start time. There is a ton of research supporting this. And Mindy Rosen, 6 Fairhaven Court, did I hear you correctly? Are you just fixing accessibility items deemed as dangerous on the ERI report at schools that have vestibules? If yes, are you once again holding us hostage for your vestibules at the expense of people with disabilities? You should be fixing all the items that are red now. Once you know about these deficiencies and dangerous situations at our schools, you place the district at risk of being sued. How can you turn your backs on those with disabilities when the BOE clearly voted to delay the vestibules so the accessibility can be addressed? Now you say you are starting with the schools and vestibules instead of the schools at most risk. That's it.
Okay. So before I turn it over to Dr. Malash to see if there's any questions he can answer, I just want to take a moment to remind everybody that today began National Hispanic Heritage Month, and this is a period that will run from today through October 15th that recognizes the contributions and achievements and influence of Hispanic Americans, the history, culture, and achievements of the United States. So wanted to make sure that I was able to share that with the rest of the board. And I will turn it over to Dr. Mosh to see if there's any items that you would like to address from the public comments.
I don't have a whole lot, honestly. It's a lot of comments during the course of the evening, honestly. Again, it's always valuable for us to hear from parents and from family members and from community members about their experiences. And we do take all of that information in and feeds into our discussions. I will tell you that, again, in each of our buildings, discussions are going on among the staff, with the administration at the building, at the district level. The return to school committees will be meeting. They will be reconvening, going through. Again, today was the 6th day of school. We need to take a look after we have a little bit of time about what's going, how are things going. I will reiterate that, again, I don't believe that any child should be spending 6 hours in front of a screen. I don't, and I don't think that any of the other educators that you would talk to would agree either. You know, so that's being addressed at the building level, and again, they will get into a routine that is appropriate. As I said before, I do want to thank the teachers for the work that they're doing. I want to thank the families and the students for the time and the effort that they're putting into it. It is certainly a multifaceted experience. This is brand new for everybody. In some ways, with what we've been dealing with technology and experience, Cherry Hill is not unique. We do see ourselves in a bubble in some ways. You know, many other school districts are dealing with technology challenges, especially with coming back into school. You know, and are working forward. Our technology department's been doing an incredible amount of work. The large order of Chromebooks that we had coming in has started to arrive. They're outside. I did a video we posted today. They're outside yesterday working. They're outside today working on them. And that work will continue as we distribute that information or distribute that hardware out to the buildings. But again, ask families to remain in contact with teachers, building principals, follow the district website, follow district social media and the school social media to stay up to date on what's going on. And it's always a good choice to take a break, to go outside, to get some fresh air.
Great, thank you. Okay, so I guess that brings us to the end of our meeting. So I would like to make a motion to adjourn. Mrs. Neary, could I have a second?
I second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you, everybody. Meeting adjourned. Have a great night and thank you for joining us.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night. Take care, everyone.